All right, here we go. Guerre de la Guerre. Let's see what we can do. You want to try randomly generating the terrain and stuff? Yeah, if I could remember. Let's see what's going on. Terrain, setting up, yeah. The thing I hate about this is you got to go to a different part of the rule book when you're playing 100-point games for generating terrain, among other things. Got a little different method of doing it. And anyway, the first thing is you determine initiative for the attacker and the region we're going to play in. Let me look at the lists here. I didn't put that in here on the lists, but both of us have the same region. It's plains, I believe. that's the main type of terrain we're going to be choosing terrain pieces from. All right, let me. Let me see here. See if that helped. I changed the bandwidth a little bit. How about now? How about now? How about now? Is that any better? All right. If you have issues, let me know. Yeah, I can hear you. But can you turn your volume up just a little bit? There you go. Perfecto. Love it. All right. By the way, if any of you viewers want to join the game, message me, and if I know you, I'll add you to the game if you want to play. But pardon me if I don't get to you real quick. Huh? What's that, Vince? All right, let me see what's going on. I would say turn your bandwidth down, but if you do that, your detail is going to go down. Check it and see what level it's at. It's that little button in the middle. Scroll up in the middle of the screen with your mouse, and you'll see a menu appear. It's called bandwidth. Yeah, I can hear myself talking in the background. Yeah, I can do it. Go ahead, I'll be here. Sorry, folks, having some technical difficulties once again. Actually, I shouldn't say that. It doesn't happen too often.
Okay, so I'm back.
You are. I didn't even notice you left. All right, let me check our.
Oh, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I still hear you like one before.
Now, what are you using to do this? Are you using your laptop or your phone or your desktop?
That's my computer.
Yeah. Can you try your phone? I don't know if that would be better.
Now I'm hearing myself now.
Yeah, that's weird because I can hear it. You only have you have two screens, right? You got two screens or two computers running at the same time.
It's two screens.
I don't know what that is then.
I'll just do a quick search on Google and try to find out.
Sorry, folks. Actually, I was having problems earlier today as well. I think that has to do with the weather. So it's not perfect conditions. It's all pretty much internet. Trying to get a game started here. Drunk, but yeah, why not? How do I get to chat? Trying to get a game started. Well, if you're drunk, I don't know. I'll send you a message. Don't get too wild. You know, just try it out. I'll send you a link. On YouTube. Chris Jackson. And if you can get in. Why not, right? So there it's sent. Check your YouTube messages.
Okay, should be fine now.
Yeah, what did you have to do?
It's live streaming on Facebook right now, is it? It was on, so the time it was that lag coming. Okay.
That's what I thought.
So yeah, the live stream on Facebook was on play. So I heard that like a bit after we actually spoke and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause I was hearing it too, and that's usually what happens when you got it on in the background. It'll also drain some of your bandwidth too, so it's best not to be on it. Check it, but then get off it or stop it from playing. That might help. Pause it or whatever. All right, let me see. What a strange day. All right, let me get back there. All right, I sent an invite to one guy, one of our viewers. Let's see if he's legit and wants to play. He says he's had a little bit to drink, so I don't know how effective he's going to be. But we'll see. This is always fun. Get all set up here.
I'll be back in a minute or two.
Okay, take your time. We'll get started here any minute. I usually don't go live until everything's all set up and work out the bugs, but evidently there's still a few little bugs, so sorry. But yeah, I did send an invite. I usually don't go live until everything's all set up and work out the bugs. Yeah. But evidently, there's still a few little bugs. Yeah. Where do I get to the messages? It's going to be on the left. Click the link that says channel. There'll be a link on the left. And it'll say channel. Go to your channel, and from there, click, I think it's video editor or something. This is how I do it. This is how I get to my messages. It's stupid, I know. But click video editor. That'll be to the right, kind of in the middle and on the top of the screen. Click that, and then when you get to that screen, on the left, you'll see another freaking menu. And somewhere in there, you'll see something that says community. Your messages are in your community. Now, chances are there's an easier way to get to your community, but that's the way I do it. And go to your messages, and you'll be able to click your messages and see that I sent you something. So you're on a PC with headphones and mic. Just all you got to do is click that link that I sent you, and that should do everything. If you have Google Hangouts already installed, it should take you right there. If you don't have it installed, I'm not sure what would happen. It might automatically install to your laptop or computer, or you might have to go to another link, which I'd have to send you to get it. It's not a difficult thing. It pretty much just installs itself, but you tell me if you can get into it, and I'll check back on the chat here.
I'm back.
And I'll send you the link again to the Hangouts app. Click on that; it'll install, and then you can go back to that link I sent you to get into the chat. Click that, and then you'll be in, all set. Isn't that great? God, I love technology. Freaking rocks, man. All right. Anyway, how you doing, Vince?
Not bad.
Yeah, this is a slow start. All right. I got a Chris Jackson, I believe is his name. He's trying to get in. We'll see if he can get in or not. He's having some difficulties, but I'm not going to wait. So we'll get this back on track again. If I can focus my attention here. I'll set this up in a bit. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, everything is perfect.
All right. Now, the first thing you do when you set up your game is you go through a little setup procedure. And it starts with both sides determining initiative. The guy who gets initiative is going to have a good advantage in terms of deciding who's the attacker and defender and which side of the board you're going to be defending from, if you're the defender. So that's the first thing we have to do. And that's pretty much based on your commanders, their rating. Every commander has a rating and quality, like brilliant commander, or a competent commander, or an ordinary commander who really doesn't stand out much in the battlefield. Unfortunately, the Seleucids have a brilliant commander. He's a +2. Remember that number. Write it down. Brilliant commander, +2. The Romans have a competent commander, and that's only a +1. So,
Oh yeah.
unfortunately for the Romans. But still, they can rely on their skills as a mighty army to defeat the Seleucids. The Seleucids, however you want to say it. Now, again, initiative. It's based on your commander's quality. It's going to be a D6 roll, and both sides, well, the side with the higher command rating is going to get a bonus to that roll. In addition, you get a bonus to the roll based on the number of light horse units you have in your unit. I'll read the procedure right here. Total the value of all commanders divided by 2 and rounded down. We don't do that because we only have 1 commander each. It's a small game. +1 if the commander-in-chief is a strategist. Doesn't apply. +1 if the army contains 2 to 5 light horse. Now, in a 100-point game, it's actually 1 to 2 light horse. And Seleucids have 1. So you're going to get a +1 for that. Yeah.
Mechanic?
Huh? What's that?
I'm sorry, that's pretty cool.
All right. At the beginning of the game, each player rolls a d6. The player with the highest initiative value adds to his die roll the difference between the 2 initiative values, limited to a maximum of +4. Now, your initiative value is your commander's rating. For you, it's 2. +1 for your light horse. So your rating is 3. The Romans are 1 for competent commander and a +1 for their single light horse that they have. So they have a 2. So you have the advantage. You have me by 1 point. So therefore, you're going to roll, or we're both going to roll, sorry. We're both going to roll a d6. You're going to get the difference between our ratings, which is 1. So you get a +1. And I just roll straight up d6. Whoever scores the highest can choose the region for the battle, which is the same for both of us, so it's not a big deal. It's plains. And decides either if you want to be the attacker or the defender. And we'll go on to the repercussions of that. So roll your d6. You add a +1.
Okay, but do we have like the dice rolling program on Google Hangouts?
You want to do that? For this roll, anyway. Let me find it here. I got mine.
Use
You got it?
won't be long. Now I got it.
I got a 6. Woo!
And I get a 5.
I can't see your camera, so I don't see it.
Oh yeah.
So it don't matter. All right. Oops, I lost my screen. All right, so I got a 6. You get a 5 +1 is 6. So we roll again. I believe that's due. Roll again. There's no ties.
A 3.
Let me roll. I got a 3. All right, this time you get it because you scored 4. So you have the initiative. Now you get to choose the region. It's obviously going to be plains. So what you're going to do now is you're going to determine whether you want to defend or you want to be the attacker. Now, the attacker deploys his army after the defender. So the defender deploys first. But he is more limited in the placement of his ambushes, which we're not using. And you always start play. So the attacker deploys second and starts the game. The defender sets up first and goes second. Also, the defender will actually be the one to lay out the terrain. We both do it actually, but it's the defender who has an advantage with the terrain choices and placement, just so you know. So do you want to be the attacker or you want to be the defender?
I'll go for the attacker.
Okay. Seleucids are the attacker. Rome is defending its territories. All right, so the region is going to be plain. What that means, you're the attacker. Okay, I'm the defender, so this is me. What this means is that I place the terrain. Now, the first thing that we do is I have to place a compulsory piece of terrain. And for plains, it's a field. So I have to place that. That's a choice that's mandatory for plains terrain. So that's one of my choices that I have to make. Now there's a table that tells us all the additional optional choices that we can both make to the terrain. You just look up the terrain type, it's plains, and look at your various choices. Now you don't have this chart, I don't think, so I'm just going to tell you what options you have. Starting with me, I take 2 compulsory, in the rule book, normally a 200-point game is 2 compulsory. In a 100-point game, it's 1. I keep forgetting to make the note. Defender takes the compulsory terrain element, which is a field, which I will take, plus 1 to 2 additional pieces of terrain allowed in plains terrain. And I'm going to choose a gentle hill, and that's it, nothing else. Now, you, as the attacker, you choose 1 to 2 terrain pieces. Right now, you're just going to pick 1 to 2. You can choose a gentle hill. No, I'm sorry, you can't because there's only 1 available and I took it, so you can't take it. You could take...
Is there any forests?
No.
Woods or anything?
There's no forests, no woods. However, if you take a hill, you have the option of making it a wooded hill. And I'm just taking a plain hill, so no woods. Your choices are no rivers and coastals. I don't want to use them. There is, you could take up to 2 more hills, or not hills, fields, which are basically rough going terrain, not the worst in the world. There's 2 more of them you could choose from. There is up to 2 plantations, which are a little bit more difficult to move through. As you can imagine, the plantation is really growing up with plants and shit. Pardon the French. And that's all I'm going to allow in the game. So plantations and fields are basically what you can choose from. You can choose one to
I'll
2.
go for a field.
All right, just a plain field. Okay, you have to choose one. Can you see my screen? There's 2. Which one, left or right? They're the same damn thing. Okay, I just chose for you. You got this one. All right, that's it. Next, defender places the village if there is any players starting with the defender, that is me, place all other terrain pieces except for a road. So I place all the terrain, including the one you got. Is that how it is? I don't remember that. Oh yeah, there's dice to roll to determine where they go. But I'm the one that sets them up. So let me adjust here. Get this set up. Bear with this, folks. It's a learning experience. So I shit. All right. Let me clear my dice here. Was that all right? All right, can you see that?
Yep.
All right. So here's the terrain pieces. We got 2 fields. We got the hill. It's a gentle hill. Nothing big, nothing spectacular. Now I'm the guy that has to set these up on our little table here, so let's see. For each piece, I'm going to roll 2 dice. I'm going to roll red and white dice. Now, the red dice determines what side of the table. The white dice is going to determine if it's going to be a piece of terrain that has to be against and adjacent to an edge, or if it has to be a certain distance away from all edges. That's what these dice are going to tell us. So we're going to start off with the hill. So red is first. An odd number means it's on your side of the table. Now you're on this side, so it's going to be placed over here. Now the 4 tells us that it's placed against the table edge. So that's where the hill is. I think I was supposed to place the mandatory one first. That doesn't matter. Okay, we got 5, which means it is on your side. And this 5 tells us that it's placed at least 2 unit distances. That's a unit distance is equal to 40 millimeters. Okay? To give you an idea. You see that, Vince? So at least 2 unit distances from a table edge. And I'm going to place it right here, actually. And the last final piece, another field. It's rough terrain. I don't think it's going to be a big issue. All right, this is an odd number, which means it goes on your side again. And 6 tells us that it's going to be 2 unit distances from an edge. So I'm going to place it right here.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
I don't know.
I think I like it.
Ideally, during placement, you want to disrupt the enemy's positioning. Like if I did something like this, your pikes are going to be shit on, pardon the French, going through this. They're going to be pretty vulnerable. Your light troops won't have any issues here. But it's going to kind of force you to deploy over here with your big troops, your pikes. That's what all this is about. But it isn't fixed like this. There's still one more step to this whole procedure. It's called adjusting terrain. This is where you get a chance, both of us actually, get a chance to adjust the positioning of these pieces that I just placed. Now, I think I did something wrong, but I'm not going to backstep because you're supposed to do something as well when it comes to terrain placement besides adjusting. I'm not going to go back and figure it out. I think you were supposed to place something, but it's all right. Forward. All right. You get one attempt to do this. Now, what you're going to do, I don't know if I start this or you do. I'm going to have to quickly find this. Terrain adjustment. Pick a piece, starting with all right. Players who chose fewer elements than the maximum allowed, that would be you, may attempt to move or remove terrain elements. You can actually attempt to remove it. Only elements other than roads and rivers, coastal areas, and a village can be moved or removed. So anything but villages and rivers can be removed. The compulsory element can be moved but not removed. This was the compulsory. One of these. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one.
Ah.
Anyway. So you're going to pick a piece.
Yeah, I'll be the second field, the one that isn't compulsory.
This one?
I think that's the compulsory one.
You could still move it, you just can't remove it.
Okay.
You want to move it?
Yep, I'm gonna try to. Yeah, I'll try to move it to the other side of the other field.
This one?
Or can I move it in your terrain, your zone?
Well, what's going to happen is pick a piece, and then you're going to roll a d6, and that's going to tell you what your options are. So figure out which piece you want to get out of the way or possibly remove from the battle. It could be either one of these, except this piece, being compulsory, can't be removed.
Okay, well, I'll take that piece.
All right. Roll d6.
It's a 2.
2 means the element stays in place. All right, I'm not going to do anything. I'm happy with that. All right, so the terrain is placed. There we go. We're done. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to place our camps. You have to place your camp anywhere along your side of the edge. It starts with the defender. So that'll be me first. And I'm going to place it right there. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, now you place yours anywhere along your edge. I'll point.
I'll do at the opposite of you.
Here?
Oh, sorry, I meant symmetrically. At the other side. Yeah, that's your right. Yep.
Yeah, that's my right.
There.
Is that good, or do you want it more this way?
Yeah, just behind the field.
All right, that's what I was thinking. There's the Roman, or the Seleucid camp. All right, now I'm going to deploy my entire army. And then you're going to deploy your army. Now, you're going to have a deployment zone for the bulk of your troops that's going to be, well, I'll mark it for you so you can clearly see it. Looks good to me.
Yeah, that's a nice table.
It's pretty quick, huh? Uh, what was I doing? Yeah, I deploy first, so I'll show you how that works. Now, the maximum you can deploy from your edge is 3 unit distances, which is this size.
That's 12 centimeters.
40 times 3. So yeah, 120. That's the bulk of your army can go this far forward. And also from the side edges of the table, it's also the same distance.
Okay.
Let me get some more of these markers. So it'd be like this. This little zone in here. Now the exception to this is your light infantry and your light horse. And what else? It's light infantry and light horse can be deployed right up to these edges, to the side edges, but everybody else is contained in this area.
Yeah, that's
So let me deploy here. And you can't move through your camp. Just to keep that in mind, you won't actually move through your camp. Now each one of these is a unit, double ranked. These are my heavy infantry. They are classed as heavy swordsmen. They're pretty good against barbarians. They can pretty much handle a pike block, wear you down. You gotta pay attention to that. There's 4 units there. These are my triarii. They're heavy spearmen. They're pretty good against mounted troops.
Yeah, I imagine.
Now again, this unit uses grouping. You're going to roll at the start of every turn, you're going to roll a dice. It's going to be a d6 roll. You're going to add your command value, which is 3 or 2 if you remember. And then you're going to half that result. That result is the number of CP, the equivalent of pips in a DBX game, that you have to issue orders, to move a unit, to rally a unit. That's what they use your CPs for. So you want to kind of keep your units together into legal sized and formed groups. Like this is one group. It could be up to 6 units strong, And everything has to be perfectly lined up. They don't all have to be in the same row like this. They could be behind each other, like that. This would be a group. That would be a group.
And for command purposes, it counts as 1 unit to activate?
It counts as one. Yeah, you can activate it with one CP, it's called. The CP is a command point. That's what you're rolling your dice for. For one CP, you can activate this whole group and move them forward or wheel. That's about the only things you can do with that. You can't do all these intricate maneuvers with a group. Individually, you can also, for one CP, move a unit. And that when you do that, they can do all kinds of things. They could like do a side slip. They could do a quarter turn, which would be turning to the left or right. They could do an about face like this. There's all kinds of things they can do when they move as an individual. The groups are pretty much just moving forward and wheeling. I think you can also shift. That's where you go up to 1 unit distance to the left or right, as long as you moved at least 1 unit distance forward. And it's free. It's kind of the way it represents an oblique move. Like having this undefended, so I'm going to shift things a little bit. Oh, and the other thing is these light infantry and light horse. Like I said, they can deploy outside this zone, all the way up to the side edges. They can also deploy up to 5 unit distances from your base edge, which is this distance. So they can be deployed that far ahead, like that. Okay?
That's useful.
So these are my light infantry, my velites. This is 5 units in a group containing heavy infantry, which are classed as heavy swordsmen, and my triari, which are classed as heavy spearmen. They're good against mounted troops. Now these guys here, these are my Gaul medium infantry. They're a warband. They're impetuous. These guys can get out of control. They get close to you guys, they're going to want to charge and get into combat real quick. So I got to kind of keep them under control before the battle starts. They do pretty decent in rough terrain. I don't think they're affected by it with movement. They normally move 3 unit distances. Heavy foot, like your pikes and my legion troops, they only move 2. The light troops move 3 as well, I believe. Cavalry, that's this guy right here, moves 4. My general's also cavalry, moves 4. One thing that's interesting about this set of rules is that you can represent a general as either part of a unit, like we're going to do in this battle. We both got 1 general, and my general is attached permanently to this cavalry unit. Yours, likewise, is permanently attached to this unit of knights, which is cataphracts. They're classed as knights in the rules. But basically, they're cataphracts. A little slower moving. These guys are deadly in combat, but they're very slow moving guys. Lots of good armor on them. My guys are just cavalry. Nothing really special about them. But I did purchase an armor upgrade for them, so they got armor.
I see that the cataphracts have 2 in the protection.
This is what they're supposed to look like.
They're awesome. Are those the 15 millimeters?
These are 15s. This is actually what they look like on the table.
I forgot how big the cavalry was. Interesting.
So this is my general cavalry unit. I'm going to keep them in the back. Now, foot units cannot form groups with mounted units. So I couldn't have him as part of this unit here of foot troops. They couldn't move together. There is an exception to that worth remembering, and that is mounted troops can form groups with light infantry, like these guys. You want to keep that in mind. So this is two groups. I'm keeping them together. So in the beginning stages of the battle, I don't. It's not going to cost me a lot of CPs to get things moving. Like this would take me 2 CPs to move both of these groups. Nice, good strategy. I'm going to put my medium infantry back here on the flank with heavy infantry. My general's going to be in the back, not part of anyone. He's right there. And my other cavalry unit, my last unit, is going to be over here. Not part of any group, just by himself here on the left flank. So there's my deployment. We're all set up. Now it goes to you. And you're going to do the same thing. You're going to deploy in the zone that looks like this. These are your 3 unit distances from your edge, where the bulk of your army will be. Here, from the side edge, same distance, right there. Now remember, your light infantry and light cav, your light horse, can be all the way up to the edge. And that they can also be up to 5 forward. That's 3.
Okay.
This would be 5.
So what I'll do first of all is place. Sorry. What I'll do first of all is place my light cavalry at your right, just beside my camp, forward at the right of the field. Yeah. They're armed with bows. Huh?
They have bows. They have a range of 2 unit distances.
Okay.
Which is that far. And by the way, this little tool here, this is a fire arc tool used in DBA, and it works exactly the same way in L'Art. Basically, you center it on the unit like this. So if he shoots right now, it's going to make an arc that looks like that. Can you see that?
That's cool.
He could shoot anyone that's in this area up to his range this way, which would be that far. So that area right there, if there's somebody touching that or within that zone, they have to shoot at him.
Okay, the elephants are gonna go head on against your groups, like between the 2 fields.
I'll adjust them when we're all done.
Okay, with the skirmishers in front of them, and I'll form a group with the pikemen just beside the elephants. Or I don't know yet. You had cavalry on the left side. Okay. I'll put our chariots any good against cavalry?
Well, think of it this way. This is a scythe chariot. They're pretty much meant to die. They don't cost you anything towards losing the battle. So if you lose it, it's no big deal. But what you want to do with him is use him against infantry, like these guys, that can slam into them and break up and disrupt that formation. It's good for that purpose.
Okay, it's not like archery chariots.
No.
Okay, so yeah, they'll go where the elephants are. I guess I have a lot of shock units.
One thing I need to point out is that scythe chariots cannot form groups with anyone.
Yeah, I imagine.
I'll let you move things once you're all placed, if you want to. All right, now your pikes. Now, another thing I need to point out, this unit of pikes are your silver shields. They're the elite. These guys are following the Greek Macedonian tradition of fighting here. These are your elite units, and they are classed as elite in the rules. So these are your best pikemen, if not your best troops in the battle. Also, your elephant is also elite, but that's beside the point. We're talking about the pikemen here. So this unit here needs to be paid attention to where you place him. The other three are just standard Seleucid pike units. They're not elite, but other than that, they're the same as these guys.
Okay, so the elite pikes are the Agraspids.
Yep. They must be crushed quickly.
Hey, I'll be back.
Go ahead.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, take your time. Yeah, these three units of pikes, good against mounted opponents. In fact, they're deadly against opponents. In these rules, they count as having impact against mounted units, which we'll get into as we play. And I say this for anyone that's viewing, in case you want to learn more about L'Art du la Guerre. We do have 3 viewers, so. And if I make any mistakes, forgive me. I'm kind of rushing through this. I know I made a mistake with the terrain placement. It's not a big issue. I'm not going to focus on it. Otherwise, everything seems to be flowing right along. Let's give you an idea of how L'Art or DBX type games flow and how they play. Again, this is a small battle, 100 points, about as small as you can get with L'Art du la Guerre. Typically, it's 200 points. And so if you can imagine this battle with twice as many units, like say 20, on a playing area that's a little bit bigger. It's actually a 3x4 board. That's standard size. This is a 2x3. And also the terrain pieces are actually slightly bigger normally, which I found quite strange, that you actually had to shrink the terrain down to play a 100-point game. But that's fine. So yeah, I got my cavalry here, separate from anyone. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 units in this group, and 6 is the max you can do. So that's one group. This group of lights includes 3 units, so that's legal size.
So I'm back.
Okay. Just going over some of my troops here and what's going on.
And just to know, I forgot where your pikemen are.
You forgot what?
Where your pikemen are.
My pikemen?
Yeah.
You mean my legion troops?
Okay, so you haven't got any spearmen or pikemen?
No, no pikes, but I do have Triari, which
Oh,
are
yeah.
these guys. They're a unit of spearmen. They're also elite. They're good against mounted opponents because of their spears. But they're elite too, so they're going to stick around in this fight. They're right here flanking my army, basically, on the left. Trust me, your pikemen are better than my spearmen.
And just to know, can the chariots move easily across the fields?
Across the difficult terrain? I don't. Well, let's look at the play sheet real quick. I don't think they do too good. It's going to slow them down, I'm sure. As far as movement is concerned, your sized chariots are going to move 2 unit distances through it. Normally they move 4. As far as combat is concerned, your sized chariots. Oh, here's something that's very unique about side chariots. I should go over this with you. But when they make contact with an enemy and initiate a close combat, it immediately forces the opposing unit to have a basic unit factor of 0. Your basic unit factor for your pikemen is 2. For my heavy infantry, it's +1, unless it's against light medium infantry, which is +2. But regardless of that, if your side chariots hit my Romans, it's going to drop my normally +1 combat factor down to 0. And in addition to that, that's only in the first phase, the first round we fight. It's the only time it applies. Then I get my normal back again. But it'll drop me down to 0 with my base factor. And plus, it cancels for that first phase any support that I might have, such as units that are flanking me, that are friendly to me, and they would count as supports for me. I'd get +1 for each for them. Well, I couldn't against your side chariot. You see?
So yeah.
So they're initially really good on the initial hit, but after that, they're garbage. I mean, tactically, if I was playing them, it's historically you want to just throw them forward with your light infantry and just break up the enemy. Avoid light infantry, avoid light cavalry, go for their infantry, hit them hard while your pikemen follow up. Another option that I like to do is be a little bit fancy with them and try and use them on the flanks of the enemy to avoid contact as long as possible. And when you have an enemy line pinned in place, use them to hit a flank or to even possibly get in the rear. That's where they're really devastating. But that's kind of being a finesse type player. You don't have to do that. So that's how they're used. So
I was thinking of like making them assault with the pikemen directly in support.
they could do that. But they can't group with anybody.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And they move faster. See, keep in mind that when you're in a group, you can only move as fast as the slowest member. Like, for instance, my group here is made up of heavy infantry, which only move 2 units. This medium infantry barbarian group, if I want them to go with them, they have to move that distance as well. And normally, they move 3, which creates a problem for me, as we'll see as we play the game, because these guys are impetuous, which means it costs me an additional CP to move them if they don't move either into contact with the enemy or their full movement distance. It's called a difficult maneuver. If I move less than my maximum move distance, it's considered a difficult maneuver and costs me an extra CP. So I want them to either stay in place, make contact with the enemy, or move their full distance, or it's going to cost me CP. Just a little side note. I don't want to confuse you, but
Okay, so I really don't know what I'm gonna do actually.
well, where do you want to put your pikes? You can always change it. Your pikes are your main fighting force, so you want to. I avoid the rough terrain because it's not good for you if you get caught in there.
Especially for pikes, what I'll do, just remove the elephants and the chariot, and put the pikes instead, like in front line.
Nice solid group.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Where do you want the elite pikes? Center, left, right?
I'm gonna go for the left flank.
Here?
Yeah. Oh wait, sorry, your other elites on the same side. I'm gonna switch that on the right side.
Over here?
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Wherever you want them. Now you're in a good position. You're avoiding the rough terrain, so you don't have to worry about that. Just go straight ahead and you're good. This is all one solid group. So it's only going to cost you 1 CP to move.
And then just to know, are the elephants slowed by the difficult terrain?
If you have your play sheet, you can look it up. It's right there under elephants. Elephants move 3 normally. 3 through rough and 1 through difficult. There's no difficult terrain. So these 2 fields are the only rough pieces of terrain. The elephants will move 3 through them, just like that. In other words, it's nothing. It's just like moving through open terrain for them.
Perfect. So the elephants are gonna go on the left flank.
Here?
Oh, sorry, the left flank. Your left. Up where they were basically. Going
Right
through
here?
the field. Yeah, but going through the field.
Now they can't be part of this group. Actually, I take that back. They are mounted troops. However, there is an exception in the rules that allows elephants to be part of foot troops as well. I think. Let me double check that. Kind of important, right? Elephants can form a group with foot units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
All right. Now you have your general. You have your side chariot. You also have a unit of medium cav, which are elite, or Galatians. They're basically impetuous elite troops. Medium cav. They're kind of like my guys, except your guys are elite and mounted.
Okay. I'm gonna switch things over a bit. My light cavalry is actually gonna go on the left flank instead of the right. On the other side of the field.
All right, what is him?
The light cavalry. Yep. All the way to the other side.
Like that?
Maybe the other side of the field if the cavalry is slow by.
Well, they're not. Their normal movement rate is 5. I think it's reduced to 4 through rough terrain. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Is this good, or do you want him all the way over here? He can go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, like that is good. And the chariots are gonna go where they used to be. The light cavalry that it is.
Where were they?
The right flank.
Here?
Yeah, the other side of on the other side of the field.
Here.
Ah, sorry, the
All right, wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're going to call this side the red zone. Okay? Red zone. Red zone. See? Red ruby. This zone is non-red. So where do you want him? The red zone or the non?
the non-red zone. Your what I keep calling the right flank.
How about right there?
Yeah, that's perfect. That was what I was thinking. And then the heavy cavalry will
The general or the medium cat?
sorry, the medium cap. And right beside the chariots.
All right, remember, they can't form a group. They can't move together. Last is your general. Remember, he's cataphract, and they are elite, and they have heavy armor, which is the best you can get in the game. There's no armor, there's armor, and then there's heavy armor. And if we get into the game, I'll show you what impact that has on melee and shooting, particularly melee. So where do you want them?
Right there, right where they are.
Okay. Now is probably a good time to point out that this game does use what's called command radius or command distance. Every commander has a certain distance at which he can command his units. Normally that is based on his quality. In the case of the Seleucids, you are a brilliant commander, which means your command radius should be 8 unit distance.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 8 unit distance. So if a unit is within that range of 8, it's good. It's only going to cost you 1 CP to do something with that unit. If he's beyond that, it's going to cost you an extra CP to do something with him. Okay? Now, light infantry, and I believe light horse as well, they can be up to twice that distance away and still only cost 1 CP to do something with. Okay?
Same thing for light infantry, I think.
Yeah. Just light infantry?
And light horse.
Yeah, range is doubled for light horse and light infantry. So it'd be 16. Now my guy's competent. He's not as good as you, so his distance is only 6. And for the light troops, it's going to be 12. So it's more important for me because the distance is a little shorter. All right, so there you go.
Well, I'm just going to do one change. The medium cavalry, I'm going to put them between the chariots and the pikemen.
Where exactly?
There.
Where exactly do you want them?
Right there.
Okay, is that it?
Yep.
There you go. All right, are you the attacker? Yeah. That means you go first. So we'll just jump right into it without any haste. Now, I should point out right off the bat as well what the objective is to win this battle. And basically, you're trying to demoralize my army. That's how you win. Same thing with me. Just break you down to the point where you give up. You leave the field. And the way you do that is both sides have what's called a demoralization value, a DV. And it's basically the equivalent of the number of units you have in your army. Your DV, you might want to write this down. It's 10. Okay?
All good.
And for the Romans, it's 12. Once you reach that total or exceed it, your army is demoralized and decides to give up the field. Battle's over. They lose. It's determined and looked at and it's checked at the end of every player's turn. So it is quite possible that both sides could end up withdrawing from the battlefield in the same phase. That is possible. Not likely, but it is possible. So that's the goal. You want to get me to the point of 12 DV. And I want to get you to a point of 10 DV.
And how exactly do we get up to that point?
Every unit that's disordered counts as 1.
Okay.
We'll talk about disorder later. A unit that's routed, in other words, removed from the battle, it leaves, it's gone, it's destroyed, counts as 2. Okay? Your camp, I believe, counts as, I don't know, 3. I'll have to look that up. You don't want to get that attacked. But, yeah, so it's 2 points each if it's routed, 1 point if it is disordered, received a cohesion hit, which is the result of being shot at and fighting in melee. Every hit is a cohesion hit. Every unit can sustain so many cohesion hits. But if you've received at least 1, it counts as 1 towards your DV. So you want to rally your troops and get rid of that DV for that purpose as well. So you don't have to get closer to your break point. Now your scythe chariot counts as 0. So if you lose him, it's not going to add to your DV. He's expendable. I don't have nothing like that. So yeah, that's the situation. All right, you are the attacker. You see me laid out before my camp. You're about to attack through this little alley here between the fields, which makes sense since you're unmaneuverable pike blocks, supported by the elephants. You got the first turn. You're going to roll a d6. You're going to add your brilliant commander's +2,
So,
and then you're going to 1/2 the result.
oh crap,
That's going to be
one.
the CP you have for the turn.
So I rolled a one. That's 3 and divided by 2.
Yep, round it up.
So that's 2.
I'll use these little yellow rubies to indicate your CP so you don't lose count. Now, in addition to these 2 CP that you want to use to activate stuff, the general has a CP that only he can use. It's for him. If you want to move with him, if you want to rally his unit that he's with, it doesn't cost you any of these. He has one that he can use just for those purposes, moving and rallying himself. So you actually have 3, but the third one is only for his use. That's how he moves normally. So let's see, you've got this massive block. This will cost you at least 1 CP to move forward. With the element, or the elephant, sorry, because he's classed as, well, they're all classed as unmaneuverable. If they move anything less than their full distance of 2, it's going to cost you an extra CP. All right? So you want the whole thing to move the full 2 distance. Now here's the dilemma. You have an elephant that's also unmaneuverable. So he's subject to the same rule. If he don't move his maximum distance of 3, it's going to cost you an extra CP. So if you move all these units together with the element as 1, it's going to cost you 2 CP, even if the pikes move their full 2.
Yeah, because the
elephant
elephant have to follow. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want to move them separately, you can do that, but it'll still cost you 2 CP.
Okay, and just to know, how exactly do you charge? Like what movement can you charge?
Well, charging is basically moving into contact with your front edge.
Okay, so there's no like double movement or
No,
like charge rolls or things. Okay.
no. You have to make contact with your front edge
So
with an advance move, which is a straight move straight ahead. You are allowed to wheel prior to that, and I believe sidestep up to 1 UD for free to do that. Now, this is important. In order to count as being in melee, you have one of the units, either the target or you, has to have a front edge in contact with the other. That puts both units in melee. As long as one of them has a front edge in contact, you're in melee. Usually that's a result of a charge, which is basically moving your front edge into contact with an edge of the enemy. Now, the important thing to remember here is that you have to make flat contact with an edge. You can't make contact with a corner. You have to use all your movement, if possible, to make complete flat edge contact with an edge of the target. Okay? If you don't do that, you're not going to count as a charge and probably not count as being in contact. If you can do that, if you can achieve that, then we're going to conform those units together at the end of movement and we're going to fight melee. When I say conform, I mean line up edge to edge, corner to corner, so it looks nice and neat and it's easy to resolve. But that's important to remember. You just don't move to touch. You move into edge-to-edge contact.
okay, so it's basically like Warhammer Fantasy.
I guess. It's like DBA.
Yeah, I'm really starting to like this game. I think I'm gonna buy it.
You should, man. I love it. It's got me all excited about playing Ancients again.
Yeah, me too. It's freaking awesome. I think I'm
I
gonna
mean,
order some miniatures right now.
wait till you're finished with the game, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I think I'll just remove like the flanking elements. I got a basically crappy roll. I'm gonna try to move. Well, My horsemen, my light horsemen, can they possibly move and fire on your elite infantry?
All right, they can move 5 unit distances. It's also possible to move a second and a third time in a turn, but it's not easy to do.
And plus, I don't want to get too close to your troops.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if you want to shoot, it's no good.
Oh yeah, you're always going to be in charge distance, aren't you? I
That's 5. That's 4 distance. Wait a minute. Where's my measuring thing? That's 5. That's 5 right there. And you only have a range of 2.
and I guess most of your units can move too.
Well, you know what, dude? Let's check this out. If you move straight ahead, you'd be right there. And when I put this template down, that's exactly where it'll be. And it'll extend 2 unit depths that way. That goes that far. You would actually be able to move 5 and be able to shoot at this guy in this turn. So you could do that. And don't worry about that being charged because light troops have evade. So it's hard to get them.
Ah, okay, nice. Other games don't have that. It's
Oh, I love evade moves.
shoot and you're done. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. I really want to like water down those elite infantry before they get too close.
Okay, you want to go here? Exactly here?
Yeah.
All right, that's 5 unit distance. That's your max in open terrain. I already laid this out, and you do have that 1 unit as a target. So it's the only target, so you're going to have to shoot at him. Not yet. That's during the shooting phase. So you just spent 1 command point.
And the second one, the chariots are gonna no, maybe the medium cavalry. I don't know yet. Uh, the medium cavalry, can they move very far?
They're going to move
Okay,
normally.
yeah.
They
Sorry.
move. They normally move 4 through this terrain. It's going to knock you down to 3 for the rest of the turn.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I just found the movement of terrain on the sheet. Uh, I'm just gonna move forward the chariots.
Chariots move 4 in open terrain. They have to move their full distance. I believe they're unmaneuverable.
I think they are. Yeah,
So that means it's a difficult
they
move.
are.
In other words, cost an extra CP to move them any distance less than that distance.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna move their full forward. I really need to get them on the flanks.
That's 3. Now that you can wheel, if you want, kind of get in this direction for a 4th one.
No, I'm just gonna keep moving forward.
All right. Which will
Okay,
take you to here. Now you have 1 CP left, and it's your generals. You could use it to move and rally his unit. You don't need to rally, but not much you can do with him. He's good where he's at.
Yeah, pretty much. So I guess that's my onto shooting phase.
Right. Now both sides shoot, and all the effects of shooting is resolved or takes effect at the end of the shooting phase. So we already seen that this guy can shoot him, which he's going to do. There's no other shooting anywhere. Nobody's in range. They got bow. My guy's got javelins. All right, so you're going to roll a d6, and I'm going to roll a d6. You want to score higher than your opponent.
A 2.
Now you're going to add, or you're going to subtract, -1 for being light horse.
Okay, so that's a 1.
Now there's no other modifiers that apply. Your ordinary troops, that's your score. My score is going to get a d6 plus my quality, which is ordinary, no modifier, like you, and my protection. Now my protection of my Roman cavalry here is 0 because they don't have armor on them. They're just 0. So it's a straight up roll. And I scored a 3. What'd you get?
2 minus 1, that's 1.
All right, so you didn't beat me, so there's no effect. That's shooting. All right, now we go to melees. There's nothing in contact. There's nothing to resolve. Finally, we see if anybody's won. Obviously, that hasn't occurred. So now it goes to my phase, my player phase. And I do the same thing you just did. Roll my d6 plus 1, half it. I get a 6. Plus 1 is 7, which is going to be a total of 4 CPs. Pretty good for the Romans.
Yeah, so far the Seleucids have no luck so far.
Yep. I gotta show you how these light troops work. They're really useful. They're very maneuverable in the game. I love them. Hopefully I won't screw up the rules. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this 1 unit of light horse. I'm going to move them separate for 1 CP. What I'm going to do is for free, doesn't cost them anything from their movement distance, to give them a quarter turn. They want to turn right. Okay? And how that's done is I put this corner here on this corner here so that it looks like this. Just like that. So they basically turn to their right. Normally that will cost you, you can only do it once during movement, any unit, but they can do it for free. And in addition, it deducts from your maximum movement allowance, but not for them because it's free. And I could do it again because that doesn't count. I think I got that right. I don't think it deducts from their movement distance. But I know it doesn't cost anything to do, so they could do it a second time. Normally it's once per unit, per turn. So I'm going to do that. They could normally move 5. And I'm going to move my 3 up to this position. And then I'm going to wheel for 1. That's 4. Now I'm not impetuous. I'm not unmaneuverable, so I can end my move right there, but I'm not. I'll move forward 1. And that'll be my maximum move of 5 right there. These two units are going to move as a group. And I want them to go straight ahead. The maximum move is 3. That puts them right here as a group. Boom. That cost me a CP. So 2 left. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move this group of 6 units. Well, 5. I'm not going to count. No, you know what? I am going to count them. No, I'm not going to count them. All right, I'm going to leave them behind. For 1 CP, I'm going to move my entire battle line, except these barbarians, forward, a maximum distance of 2. And that cost me 1 CP. For my final CP, I'm going to move my cavalry, okay? I want to move into contact with your light cavalry. Now I'm going to do my wheel before I do my charge. This would be a charge. So I'm going to wheel my distance here, which is a little less than 1 unit distance. And then I'm going to declare I'm going to charge in this direction. Now I lay down this arrow. It's basically to show you the direction of my movement, which is that direction. Now at this point, your light guys here, which are the target, can decide to evade, which is a good idea because you're not going to do any good against these cavalry.
Oh, you imagine, yeah.
They might even kill you right away. I don't know if they, I don't think they do. Light infantry will die if they're contacted by an enemy like this. So they need to evade. Your guys would probably be best to evade as well. Do you want to do that?
Evade? Sure.
Okay. Now what you're going to do is normally you would about face in the direction right behind you. Now, you don't have to do that because there's a special rule for light infantry and light horse that allows them to about face for free. So basically, in these rules, they are the only unit, light infantry and light horse, that can go backwards facing the enemy. That's the net effect of it. So we're going to keep you facing this direction. Okay? You're going to go that way, straight back. Now, at this point, you have the option of turning to face the direction I'm pointing instead. Do you want to go straight back there, or do you want to turn and go that way? My advice would be to go straight back to avoid the edge of the table.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Now you're gonna evade. You're gonna roll d6 to see if you get extra movement added to your evade or less movement added to your evade. Your evade is equal to your normal move distance in this terrain, which is 5. And you're either going to gain an additional unit distance or lose an additional unit distance. Roll d6 and tell me what you got.
2.
2? You minus 1. So they're actually going to move only 4. Straight back. There you are. Now we're assuming you're going to do that free about face, so you're still facing this direction. Good idea. Now I carry out my charge move, which is actually a maximum of 4, but like you, I get to roll dice too. If I get a 5 or 6, I get an extra UD. If I get a 1 or 2, it's minus 1 unit distance, UD. I got a 4, which means no change, so I'm going to move a full distance of 4 straight ahead. Now that's 3. However, mounted troops don't have to go the full distance. Now normally in this case I would move forward 4 for my charge. But if I know I can't catch the enemy, and I don't want to take myself out of position in my battle line, I have the option of stopping after moving 2 unit distance. Infantry also have that option, only it's 1 unit distance. So they can stop their charge at 1 unit distance. Mounted troops, 2. Now, that's 3, so I don't want to go the whole way. I'm going only 2, which I have to do. Now, as you can imagine, impetuous troops don't get that option. They have to go the full distance. So you can see how barbarians are kind of damned, you know? So they're under control. They did their mandatory minimum of 2 forward in the charge. And that's it. That was the evade. You got away. Now, I got 1 more CP to move, and that's for my general that he gets. And I'm going to use it to advance up to here. And I'm happy with that. So that's done. My movement is done. The next thing we do is go into shooting. Now, normally you get to shoot. Well, you're out of range, but normally you get to shoot every turn. However, when you evade, you cannot shoot in the following shooting phase. So if I had moved all the way up to here, for instance, you would be in range of me, but you can't shoot at me because you evaded. So you can't evade and shoot in the same turn. Important to remember that.
Okay.
So there's shooting. They're out of range. They're out of range. The range is 1 for javelins, which is that far. Same here, javelins. Your bows are 2. Actually, you have me in range. You have 2 targets in range and in fire arc. Both these units of elites can be shot at. However, you have to shoot at the one closest to your front with the most of its base in your front, which is directly ahead in this rectangle area. That's him. So you have to shoot at him. He can't return fire because he's out of range, but you are in range of him. So we're gonna roll dice here. You're gonna roll d6. You're gonna subtract 1 for being light infantry. They always get that penalty.
Okay.
Sad. And I'm gonna get my protection modifier of For light infantry, velites, it's 1. So I get a +1. You get a -1. You have to roll higher than me. 5 plus 1 is 6.
I got a 5-2. So
All right, so you failed to do any damage to the velites. That's the shooting phase. It's done. Melee, nothing. Nobody's in contact. You're now ready to go to the next turn, which is you. Roll your d6, add your CP, or add your command value. Divide by...
So I got 2 CP.
What'd you roll?
1.
2. All right. 2 CP for Mr. Brilliant Commander. All right, here you go. What would you like to do, my friend?
At that point, I have to move my block. Oh, no, maybe not. I'll start by moving forward the medium cavalry.
Maximum movement of 3.
Go for it.
You're out of the rough terrain, so you're good.
And as for the second one, I'm just going to move my cavalry and try to shoot, move 2 units away from the cavalry that's trying to charge me. And I'm going to shoot them.
You have 1 more CP with your general. I assume you're not using it?
Not yet.
All right, shooting, same thing. You get a -1. I get nothing. Straight roll. 2.
Wait, dice do still.
Uh-oh.
1 again.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. You had a chance there. I only rolled a 2. All right. Thank God. Right here as well, there's shooting going on. So you get to shoot again. I get a protection of 1. You get a -1 for light infantry.
Now this time I get a 6.
So you scored 5.
Yep.
4 plus 1 is 5. You did not beat me.
So close.
Yeah, your little arrows are clanging away. I got nice protection because my guys are spread out, so we're cool. All right, goes to melee. There is none. Goes to my turn. Roll my d6. You get a 5 plus 1 is 6. That makes 3 CPs for the turn. Not bad. I think I maxed at 4, the most I could get. What would your max be? If you roll a 6 plus 2, it's 8. So you'd be at 4 as well. Mine would be 6 plus 1, which is 4. So yeah. All right, I got to move my Seloi, actually my light infantry velites, forward into range for 1 CP. Let me double check and make sure they're in range. That's 3. That's 6. Range of my commander, I mean. So we're going to move. That's 2, so I'm going to move about 1. And that should be enough to put them both in range. Did I deduct for that? I think I did. Now this slide. All right, so a unit, this would be an advanced move. It's basically moving forward. You can wheel during it as well. And you can also include that little slide that I was mentioning within an advance move. That's what it's called, an advance, which is what I want to do. I want to kind of move forward and still shift this way towards your battle line. So to do that as a group, it's going to cost me 1 CP. I have to move at least 1 unit distance forward to be able to shift for free to the right up to 1 unit distance. So I'm going to do that right now. There's my shift. I'm going to follow that up with my forward movement of 2. See how the shift didn't cost me anything for my maximum of 2 movement?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Because it's like an oblique move. You know, you're moving forward. You're not going like this and then like this. You're going like this. Ultimately, for some troop types, that's not an easy move. I think. I wouldn't think so. Unmaneuverable troops count certain actions as difficult to do, and that would cost an extra unit distance. My troops are not unmaneuverable. Your pikes are.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, a lot of things in my army is unmaneuverable.
Where is that? Curious now. Difficult maneuvers. For unmaneuverable unit, an advance of less than half a unit, well, less than a unit's full movement is difficult. Any maneuver that includes a quarter turn, a half turn, extension, or contraction, whether the unit ends in contact with the enemy or not, is considered a difficult move. So yeah, they could do exactly what I did right here and not count it as a difficult move, even though you guys are unmaneuverable. So that's an okay move for you too. So yeah, there they go. By the way, these pieces of terrain are just for looks. One more CP. I am going to move my cavalry into charge against them. So do you want to evade? Let me wheel first. Do you want to evade?
Of course.
All right. Do you want to shift your, we're perfectly lined, really. So go ahead and roll your D6.
2.
Huh?
2.
So you're only going 4.
Hopefully, don't catch me.
Four. I'm within range of your bows, obviously. I'm about a little over a unit distance away. An UD. But you can't shoot because you're just evaded. So that takes care of that. I moved the full distance, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that, instead of the minimum of 2. I get 1 more command point with my commander, and he is going to advance straight ahead. So he's a little over 1 unit distance from this battle line. And that ends my turn. Shooting, they can't shoot, but these can all shoot at each other. So there's going to be some shooting going on. This is done in an order of the phasing player, which is me. So I'll do it first. This unit has to target you. This unit also targets you. So what that means is when 2 or more units are firing on the same target, instead of firing separately, this second unit will add a bonus to his roll to hit you. In this case, it's a +1.
Okay.
So I'm going to get a +1 and a -1 because I'm light infantry. So it's a straight roll. You're going to roll a D6 plus your protection modifier, which
0.
is... Really?
Oh, no, it's 1.
Yeah, you get a 1. So I'm a
5.
straight roll. You're a +1.
So a total of 6.
5. 5. So I didn't do any damage to you. And that's the end of shooting. Now it goes to melees. There is none. Victory check. There is none. Goes to your turn. Roll your CP, my friend.
2 plus 4 equals 2 again.
Can you see the map all right?
Yeah, perfectly. I was wondering, can the medium cavalry can achieve base contact with the other cavalry in front? Yep.
You're about 3 distance away, and you'd make contact. You cannot make contact with my flank unless you have a part of your unit in my flank zone. You don't have that. So you'd have to contact my front.
Yeah, that's what I imagine.
To do that, you have to use all of your movement to achieve that edge-to-edge contact. All right? Now, if you move straight ahead, yeah, if you move straight ahead, you're not really going to achieve that goal. You're going to have to kind of wheel.
Yeah, I guess so.
Actually, you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to shift. And I believe you can shift in a charge. Because the way you're setting here, you're not going to be able to make a legal contact with that flank. And it's going to be difficult to get on the front. So to do this, you use your side move, and then you'll get on that front. And is that what you want to do?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, I'll let you side slip that far. And then that's your charge, straight ahead. That's when you would lay down your arrow. And I have the decision of whether to evade. I'm definitely going to evade. Now I have a choice of going back this direction or this direction. I'm going to stay where I'm at and just go back whatever distance I can. So we'll do that now. You're certainly not going to catch me. So I'll roll my dice. 2, -1 from my normal distance of 5. It's going to be 4. This is 3, plus 1 more. And I am facing towards you because I'm light horse. So that's my final location. You have to move forward from your current facing at least 2. And by the way, I made a mistake. I said these were impetuous. They're not. They're elite medium cavalry, Galatians. So you have to move forward a minimum of 2, without a question.
I think I'm going to move my full distance.
All right, that would be, that slip didn't cost you anything, that slide. So that was 2, and your normal distance is 4. Oh, roll your dice to see if you get a bonus.
2.
So -1, so you only got 3 instead of 4. So you get that far and you're done. So you run off by the medium light cavalry. Smart move. And that was your charge.
So I guess I got 1 point left.
What was that?
I got 1 point left, so
Yep.
And with the chariots, I'm gonna pivot towards your main battle line.
So you want to wheel.
Yep.
That right there. Wait a minute. That right there is 1 unit distance. Is that okay?
Yep. And can I still move a bit? Or?
Yeah. All right, you're going to bump your buddy here, so you might have to wheel again.
I'm just gonna move a 1 unit distance if I can.
You have to move the full distance or cost another CP.
I don't have another one.
That was about 1 1/4 unit distance, and your maximum is what? 4?
Yeah.
4. So you got 2 3/4.
I'm just gonna stay there for now.
It's going to cost you an extra.
If I want to stay there, okay, yeah.
You going to stay?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, cost you an extra. No more CP. You have 1 CP left for your general.
He's gonna wheel and try to move on the non-red zone.
He could do a quarter turn, which will put him like this. And that costs, you can only do it once in your turn, and it costs you 1 unit, 1 UD. He normally moves 4, I believe, or is it 3? Yeah, 3, they're cataphracts. So he's got 2 left. I'm going to just move straight forward.
Yep.
I should probably double check and see if that's a difficult maneuver. For knights. They are considered unmaneuverable troops. Any maneuver that includes a quarter turn, a half turn, is considered a difficult maneuver. So that cost an extra CP. You didn't have it, so you can't do that move.
I'll still just turn if I can.
If you want to just wheel,
Yep.
right, you're going to be on top of those guys. So if you can shift at the same time and still go forward 1, you're fine. So 1 unit distance to wheel, you're on top. Shift, and then move 1 forward. You have to if you shift. That would take you to about here.
Okay, perfect.
And that costs you 1. That's the maximum wheel you can do, by the way, up to a 90-degree turn. Actually, the rules say that if you make a 90-degree turn, it counts as 1.5 unit distances. So if we did that, 1.5 plus the shift, which is free, yeah, you're good where you're at. Actually, you might actually be able to come up like this, because you're going to have trouble passing through there. The gap here isn't big enough for you to pass. You can't interpenetrate them. I'm not even sure I should have let you be on top of them. That's a tricky move. I'll let you stay where you're at.
And but can the light cavalry still shoot?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's pretty much it. On to
Live
shooting.
shooting. We got this going on, and we got this. You want to do it here first? It's up to you.
Let's start with the light cavalry.
Okay, I'm in range. Same thing. You're going to deduct 1 for being light horse, no other modifiers. And I'm going to add 1 or 0 to my armor, my protection.
I rolled a 6.
1. So you did 1 cohesion hit on me. And that's the max you can do with shooting, by the way.
Okay.
So I'm going to mark that. You mark that with a little white marker. So when you see these, it's 1 cohesion hit. That's what white is. He's a max of 3. Very good. I want it to show up on the camera. All right, shooting is here as well. We both fire on each other. Do yours first. You get a -1.
Okay, so I rolled a 3.
Your score was 3, or you rolled a 3?
My total score is 2. I rolled a 3.
I get a 6 plus 1, so nothing. My shooting back at you is going to have a +1. And yours is going to get a 1. So you get a 1, I get nothing because I get a -1 and a +1. So you get a +1. Roll again.
5 plus 1, 6.
Yep, and I rolled a 6, so I didn't beat you. So no damage. Oh well. Damn, dude, stop rolling when you're not supposed to roll high. All right, shooting is done. You go to melee. There is none. It goes to my turn.
Yep.
4 plus 1 is 5. It's 3. 3 CPs. The average. All right. Start things off. We got an issue here, I think. They're within 6. This is 5, and that reaches them. My guys here. So for 1 CP, I'm going to have these guys charge once again into your light horse. Straight forward, that direction. Do you want to evade?
I'll try.
Roll a d6, please.
2.
You get a 2, it's -1, so you move a full 4. You're at the edge of the table. You don't want to do that. You don't want to go off the edge. I get a 3, so no change. I move a maximum of 4. I'm going to stop at 2. That was 1 CP. Now I'm out of command, so it's going to cost me 2 points to do things with him, unless I get my general back up there. Next, I want this battle line to do exactly what they did before, do a shift and move forward their full maximum distance of 2. So I'll do my shift now. 1 unit distance, which is there. And then I will advance the full 2, if I can. That's 1, and I really don't want to interpenetrate my light infantry, which I can do, regardless of their facing and my facing. Everybody can pass through their light infantry. But I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to move a little over 1 to get right there, and that makes me happy. That's good. So that's another CP. I have 1 more left. And at this point, I think I'm going to move my light cavalry up to get within range of your horse. That's 2. That's 3. I got to be careful here. I'm going to get in a situation for evading off the table. I'm going to show you something interesting here too. Well, it probably won't matter because I can evade. So yeah, I'm going to move there. And is that my last CP? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All right, and I'm going to use my general's CP to shift 1 way or 1 unit distance, and then move forward 1. So he's in that position. I'm going to check my command range, which he is definitely out of. So my horse are out of command. I'm done. Go to shooting. We got these guys shooting. We've got my light cavalry shooting. I want to start here. My javelin-armed Numidians are going to let fly against your Galatians. So look up your protection. That's what you're going to add.
For the Seleucids, it's 0.
You got a 2? Does it say 2?
For the Galatians,
Yeah, Galatian medium cav.
it's
Your
0.
it says protection 0.
So I got a 4.
I get a -1. 2 -1, so nothing. Over here, we shoot again. I'll do mine first, and then you can shoot back. Yeah, I'm going to get a +1 for the support. 6 plus, or no, nothing, because it's crossed out because I'm light infantry. So 6. You have to beat a 6. You get a -1 to your roll.
4
Can't do
minus
it.
1. Yeah, ain't gonna
Oh
cut
no,
it.
you get a +1. Sorry.
Still, I got a 4.
All right, you took a cohesion hit. They only have 2. And you get to shoot back as well. In addition, you're disordered. You're going to suffer an additional penalty of -1. So -2 to his roll to beat mine, which is going to be d6 plus 1.
4 minus 2, so 2.
I got a 5, you got a whatever. I beat you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it. He's out of range, no more shooting. Melee, there is none. Victory conditions. Now, just to show you how this works, we would calculate victory at the end of every player's phase. For you, you scored 1 for disordered unit here, and I scored a 1 for a disordered unit here. So we're actually both at 1. See? Now, any losses we took, routed units, would count as 2, but there is none yet. Now, you can get rid of these by rallying. It's basically costs 1 CP for the unit to do. Instead of movement, they rally, and it's a d6 roll. If they're in melee, it takes a 5 plus to be successful with your rally. If they're 4 unit distances away from enemy, it's I think a 4 plus. If they're greater than that distance away, I think it's 8. It's even easier. In addition to that, your commander, if he's within, if he's part of the unit, he can use his bonus to help them. But that's not the situation here because he's permanently part of his own unit, so that would never apply. Unless I messed up there, like he has to be within his command distance to do that. I'd have to look at it again. I forgot. But yeah, you can get rid of these. That's the point. All right, so that's it. Goes to your turn.
Okay, so command points. 1 again.
+2 is 3 is 2.
This time, I'm gonna try to make the chariots charge on the flank of your block.
Okay, I want to point out one thing. Here's something interesting for you to ponder. Now, this isn't going to happen because I can evade, but when you are within 1 unit distance of an enemy unit, it's called, you can make, I shouldn't say it's called, but you have the opportunity to declare what's called a spontaneous charge. It's free. Doesn't cost you any CPs. If he's 1 unit distance away, you can, for free, move into contact.
Okay.
Now, for impetuous troops, they have to. In fact, the thing about impetuous troops, if they're within their maximum distance of an enemy, they have to charge. And if you don't spend the CPs to do that, they make what's called an uncontrolled charge at the end of movement. They will charge. The only way that can be prevented is spending 3 CPs to keep them from doing that and to keep them in place. So it's hard to do. But yeah, you are within spontaneous charge range distance of them. You could do it for free, but I could evade. You won't make contact probably, but you can do it for free.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's what I'm gonna do actually.
Okay, so you declare a charge. Do you want to wheel first before you do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's about half a unit distance. That's perfectly lined up to make contact. I evade. I'm going to keep this distance. I'm going to roll my dice to get out of dodge. 4, no change. So they move a maximum of 5, which is going to take them off the table. This unit's gone. Now, you did your duty. Unless I'm going to have to look this up to be sure, because I never had it happen yet where they go off the table, but I'm assuming this is what happens. So do you want to go your full 4, or do you want to just go to 2?
What is the unit that's in front of him?
This?
Yeah.
These are my Gaul allies. They're a medium infantry impetuous unit. If you get close enough to them, they have to charge you. It takes them out of my control. But they're medium infantry. They're not elite. Nothing special about them. Just that they're impetuous.
Okay, I'm gonna. Can I wheel when I move like that?
Yeah. No, actually, you can't. You can only move forward either your maximum or 2 minimum because you charged.
Okay, I'm gonna go my maximum.
So you moved half for the wheel, so it's 3.5. It's right there. The only thing about these guys is they actually get a plus. They not a plus, but they have impact against mounted enemies. So if you charge me, I charge you. There's going to be impact for me against you. I'm going to get a +1. Only in the first round. It's called impact. All right, so that's 1, right? Oh, that was free.
Yeah. So it's the chariots. They're gonna try to charge, move in contact with the flanks of your main line. I want to see if I can do it with 1 command point.
All right, so you're within charge distance. I nudged you a little bit just to be nice to you. But yeah, you're on the flank. You can charge the flank. You're within distance. And in fact, you have to do it because you're. I think you're impetuous.
Yeah,
Yeah, you are. So this is a move you have to do. And if you don't, it's going to cost you 3 CPs to stay in place. Otherwise, it's going to cost you an extra CP to move less than your full distance.
no, they're going
So,
on.
but so that'll, and you'd have to do it anyway because you'd have to. It's an uncontrolled charge. They have to. So, but if you let them do that as an uncontrolled charge, you're going to be penalized in the resulting melee. So you don't want that to happen. Put them in melee, charge. So let's do that. Move you straight ahead into contact. Now, normally you have to be able to, with the rest of your move, make complete flush contact with it. Now, I'm allowing you to do that. I'm moving you just a little bit so that you can get that bonus. So you did actually charge the flank. That is a legit charge on the flank. And this is going to be very bad for my unit of Romans. Very bad. So you leave them like that as soon as contact is made. Now, at the end of movement, when it's all done, we're going to do what's called conform units. That's where you line things up edge to edge and, well, corner to corner, actually. So you're not done with your movement yet. That costs you 1. So you
Okay,
got 1 left.
for that one, my light cavalry. I'm gonna try to get them behind to the left to the non-red zone. If they can wield.
All right, for free, they can do one of these moves.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna move forward.
And then you could move your full 5. Doesn't cost anything. They can do that. I'm not sure if it deducts from your movement distance, though. Yeah, they can do that, and that move does not count towards your movement distance. So
Okay.
you normally move 5. So you did that. Now you can move 5. Is that what you want to do?
Yep. I'm gonna try to save these guys.
That's 3. You want to keep going?
All the way.
All right, there you go. That's 5 right there. Skirting the edge. Another thing I should mention real quick is there is zones of control, threat zones in this game that extend 1 unit distance straight ahead of every unit. Except light infantry, they don't really have a threat zone in front of them unless it's against enemy light infantry. What threat zones do is if you're in it, if you're in an enemy's threat zone, your movements are pretty limited to just lining up or moving into contact with that guy that's threatening you. Now, there are exceptions, like when there's charges and pursuits and stuff, but just to give you a heads up, it does apply. Okay, so that was 1 for him. So you have 1 CP left, and that's the general. Now, as we said, this gap he cannot cross. So you got to move your troops ahead. You can't. So you want to do anything? All right. Goes into shooting. We got this again, and that's it. So you want to shoot first, you're going to get a -1.
4 minus 1 equals 3.
I get a 4 plus 1 protection. 5, nothing. I shoot back. I get a +1, -1. You get a -2. Or, yeah, you were disordered. You had a -2 over here. But you don't get that for being targeted. Yeah, so +1, -1 against your +1. Roll a 1.
Roll the 3.
No damage. All right, next. Melee, there is none. Go to victory conditions. Nothing has changed. Goes to the next turn, which is mine. 5 plus 1 is 6. Halved is 3. There's my 3 CP. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot about this contact here. Let's back up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's back up to the end of your movement phase. What happens is we conform. That's a legal contact on a flank. So you now adjust and conform to my flank. Now, what's going to happen here is we're going to resolve a melee where you hit my flank. Now, unfortunately for me, I gain no special abilities from impact or anything. I also have my, let me go to combat here. I can remember all this stuff. Well, let's start from scratch. First of all, we're both going to roll a d6.
Roll the 4.
All right, you're going to add the quality of your troop type. You are ordinary. I am ordinary, so there's no modifiers for that. You're going to add your basic factor. Your basic factor is 0 because you're a scythe chariot. My base factor is actually +1 against you. However, because I've been hit in the flank, I think that's multiple opponents, actually. Give me a second here. Yeah, that's multiple opponents. That don't apply. All right, when you're attacked on the flank or the rear, impact javelin, two-handed weapons, missile support abilities are canceled. I can't benefit from the effect of a furious charge, which I don't have anyway. I can't cancel your abilities that you might have, such as impact and things like that, because it's a flank attack. But the armor still applies. I actually have armor for these guys, which is going to help me in melee.
Yeah, obviously.
So that's going to be the effect of that flank attack. Nullified any abilities. In addition, attacked on the flank or rear. A unit charged on its flank or rear by an enemy other than light troops has its base factor reduced to 0. I am also disordered. So my base factor is not +1 against you. It's actually 0.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen there. So my modifiers, let's do mine right here. I have a base factor of 0. I'm ordinary, no modifier for that, which is an interesting modifier. I won't go into it now until we get to some elite troops. But yeah, no modifier for that. There's no disorder. There's no support. If the main unit is of the attack is in flank attack, you get a +1. You're going to get a +1 there. You know what else is interesting? I just seen this, but you didn't have to hit me in the flank because I'm going to be dropped to a base factor of 0 anyway because you're a scythe chariot. That's the effect of a scythe chariot. So, yeah, you're going to get a +1 for the flank attack. Did you add that?
So 4 + 1 = 5.
All right, you scored 5. I just rolled d6. I have no modifiers. I have a base factor of 0, no quality. Yeah, that's it. No supports. 6.
Not bad.
All right, so what did you get?
5 with my modifiers.
And I got a 6?
Yep.
All right, so I actually beat you by 1. I almost feel like I did something wrong here, like I missed something. But as far as I can recall, I didn't. So you lost by 1. If you have better armor than I do, you can change that result to a +1. So in that case, you get a +1 to the difference, and it would equal a tie. And that would be that. That would be that. But you don't have better armor than me. In fact, I have better armor than you, but I won. So it don't matter. So you lost by 1, and check your play sheet here for the results. If you lose by 1 or 2, you're going to suffer 1 cohesion point loss, which is what you take. And I believe that kills you effectively because the side chariot only has 1. So this chariot is basically dead.
Oh, worth the try.
There's a big red marker to indicate that. Yeah, that's what happened. I wonder if I did that wrong. I think I got it right. But anyway, yeah. That would end the melee. There's no more melees. And we go through the rest of the stuff. Now, before that, these guys are going to be routed. Everything 1 base depth behind them receives a cohesion hit. That's their route, and that's it. But there's nobody there, so it's just removed. So there's the first blood, and it's an expendable unit for you. It doesn't cost you any loss towards your DV. Well, that was interesting.
And worth the try.
Huh?
And worth the try. But do your units still get the penalties
For what?
for being charged by chariots?
Oh, that's over. That combat's done. They're in good shape. You didn't even disorder me. I was able to meet your flank pretty easily and just wipe you out. Well, it wasn't a big wipeout, but you know, I beat you by 1. It's not a big deal. It was only a side chariot. See, the net effect here is that when a chariot makes contact with anybody on its front, it immediately drops them to a 0 base factor. My base factor is 1. It's +1 against opponents. Well, not against him. It's only going to be 0. That's an advantage for you. Unfortunately, your scythe chariot only has a base factor of 0 as well. Now, the advantage of hitting this flank, as we saw, it's going to drop me down to 0 regardless, but it doesn't matter because I'm already at 0. But it does give you a +1 for hitting a flank. In addition, it prevents me from using any of my other abilities like impact. I have impact, and I believe it applies against mounted who charge me. So that would be canceled as well. Let me see. I have +2 versus light medium infantry. in the open, or light horse. Otherwise, +1 versus all. I have armor and I have impact. And the impact basically gives me a +1 in the first round of fighting. It also cancels the impact of impetuous sword if receiving a charge in the front. Blah blah blah. I don't remember. I think it's in the back section. I should probably look at it so people could learn something. A little bit about this because it's an important feature of the game. Impact and how it works. It's kind of similar to Impetus, the game rules Impetus, where they have an impetus bonus in the initial combat. It's kind of the same thing. Basically, the impact ability of foot troops does not apply against mounted troops if the foot unit charges the mounted unit. Okay? However, the impact ability of foot troops does apply against mounted troops with impact, which you don't have ability when the mounted unit charges the foot unit. So you don't even have impact to begin with. You're impetuous, but you don't have impact for some reason. It's just the rule for the chariot. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we did that right. Okay, so let's speed ahead. Chariot's gone. I got my 3 CP. Let's do this. All right. These guys move normally 3. You're within my charge distance. If I want to turn like this, do that right-hand turn, it's gonna be a difficult move for me to do this. It's gonna cost like 2 CPs to get into contact with you. But I do get a plus. I do have impact versus you, which is good. So I think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to spend the 2 CPs to put him. This is 1 unit like that, and then he's going to move. That costs me 1 from my distance I can move. That's 1, 2, 3. So you're about 2 away. I make contact. Now I'm going to wheel to get flush with you for that last UD. Actually, could I have done that? Didn't I move 2 forward?
I can't even remember.
Yeah, because turning sideways is going to cost me 1 from my movement. I only move 3, so I only can move forward twice. So 1, 2. Actually, 2 is right to there. I wouldn't even reach. All right, screw that. Yeah, it's the only way I can do it. If I wheel 90 degrees, it's going to cost me an UD and a half. I don't think I could actually get to you. So I guess it's not a legal charge. But regardless, I am going to spend 1, not the 2, just to be able to get him turned about like I had him. And then it does cost 2. And then I'll just move what I can, which is 1 and 1/2. That's about as far as I could get. They're impetuous. All right, anyway, I got 1 more left. It's going to cost me 2 to do something with him.
Hey, I'll be back in a sec.
Take your time, man. Oh. What I want to do is I want to rally this unit, but I think that's going to cost me 2 CPs too. So I don't think I could do that. Well, no, I couldn't. I don't want to fight a melee here, so. Could just charge him, run him off, but I'm in no hurry. So I guess that's it. Good enough for me. Probably should check the chat and comments. It means I got to pull away from the table here and get on the computer, and I don't want to mess up the shots. It seems to be working. But I probably should. 1 second.
Sorry?
1 second.
Okay.
An odd situation. I only got 1 CP left. I don't want to rush this situation. I want to kind of just let you come to me until you're in that nasty ground anyway. But what I would like to do, I'd like to rally him, but because he's out of command distance, it's going to cost an extra CP, so I can't do it. I have this bonus CP for him, but that's only for him, so it doesn't benefit me. Maybe move twice with something, I don't know, but I don't think I could do that either. So I'm going to just lose that one, and we'll just go right to the shooting. So let's do this. I'm going to roll to hit you. You get a +1. I get a nothing.
1 + 1 = 2.
4. What'd you get?
A total of 2.
All right, so I beat you. I beat you.
Yeah.
All right, so you're destroyed, but you do get to shoot back. So you're going to have a -2 because you're disordered in light horse or light infantry. I get +1. 6.
A 6 - 2 = 4, so nothing.
You're destroyed. And I think that's it for shooting. Yeah, that's it. So, okay, he's routed. So he doesn't cause any grief. He's gone. He does cost you 2 points towards your demoralization value. So he's gone. That's the end of shooting. Melees, there is none. There you go, right to victory. You're at 3 points. I'm at, I don't know what happens to my infantry. They went off the board. We'll figure that out when the time comes. But yeah, it's your turn. Roll your dice.
4 + 2 = 3. 3 command points. Finally, I get more than 2.
Yay. Rock and roll.
First off, with my medium cavalry, I'll try to charge on your warband. Yeah.
You'll do it. It's a movement of 4. Just want to be a little bit measure heavy here. Less than a unit distance to wheel flush with me. And then you're only 1.5 away. So, boom, you make contact right there. I can't evade medium infantry, for God's sake. All right, so that's that. Let's check one thing, though. Your guy was about here. Let's check his command distance. It's going to be 8 inch or 8. Yeah, that's going to cost you another
one, yeah. Well, that's okay because I'm gonna use 1 point to move my light cavalry. If I get close to your cavalry that's disrupted, if I have to evade, can I go another direction or I absolutely go off board?
Well, what do you ultimately want to do? Do you want to move up back towards him?
Yeah, try to shoot them.
All right, I'll let you do that. You could about face.
If I have to evade, can I evade towards another point, or I have to evade towards the table edge?
You evade. First of all, you have 2 choices when you evade. You can either evade directly behind you, your current facing, straight back, or you can conform to the direction I'm charging you. It's your choice.
Okay.
Now, in this situation here, what you could do is you could turn sideways. And that would put you right here facing in that direction. And that's free. And doesn't count towards your movement distance because you're lights. Now what you could do is you could do a forward move with a shift, or you could do a wheel and get yourself facing them again and just move forward. I don't think you're going to be in that terrain. So to avoid the terrain, you're actually going to hit the terrain, but it's only going to slow you down. It's not going to be a big issue by 1. Let's see if I can take you out of that. Right here, we'll avoid the terrain. That's going to be a little over 1 unit distance of a wheel. So that's 1 of your total 5. 6, 7, 8. What am I counting? 8. I don't know what I was counting 8 for. But you should be good right there. That should be 2.
Perfect.
You're good.
So that's pretty much it for the movement phase, I guess.
Yeah, that's about it. Now you can shoot, which is this. So my protection is 0. Straight roll. You get a -1.
That's it.
6. Be the 6th.
Nope.
Okay.
Got 2.
All right, that's it. No melees. No one wins. My turn. 5 + 1 is 3. 3 CP. Okay. First thing I want to do is move my pen. You're breathing heavy into that mic, man.
Oh, sorry.
You're scaring me. All right, these aren't unmaneuverable troops, so I can do this. I made the turn sideways to my left. It's not a difficult maneuver. I have a maximum of 4 movement distance. That does count as 1 unit distance to do that. So I have 3 left, and I want to kind of do that. So here's 2. And I guess I'm going to kind of wheel my last unit distance to about here. That's done for him. He did that for his own CP. That puts him in command. Now I want to try and rally him. I think it's a 4+. Get a 4. I'm going to have to look it up. You get more than 4 unit distance from all enemies. That's not me. You get 4 unit distances or less from enemy unit. Blah, blah, blah is a 4+. So 4+, I got a 4, so I'm rallied. That takes away 1 cohesion loss, which is what I have. So I no longer suffer from disorder, and I'm at 0 cohesion loss. That cost me 1. Next, we begin the advance once again after that little pause. I'm going to move. So I'm a little less than 1 unit distance from you with my light infantry. And I'm going to advance my line again with the shift slightly to the right. Of a half unit distance. And then I'm going to advance my full 1.5 or 2.
It's getting real.
Shit's getting real. It cost 1. And that's it. So now we go to, oh, wait a minute. We got this again. This was during your turn. Let's fight this. We'd be lined up. Well, this was my turn. No, it was you. It was you.
No, yeah, it was my turn. I remember. Yeah, charge. It took me 2 command points.
All right, back in your turn, back in your player phase, at the end of your movement, they'd be conformed just like this. You moved into contact with me. So it's a legit charge to my front. Now I have impetus. I don't think you do.
Nope.
What does it say? You're elite.
Oh,
You get a +1 versus mounted, as well as medium infantry, which is what I am. So you get a +1. That's your base factor, actually, the +1. You don't have impact, but you do get a +1 against me on top of the +1 that's your base factor. And the reason for that is because it's the first round of the contact. I don't know why it doesn't call it impact. I think it is actually, because that's what impact is. It gives you +1 in the first round when you make contact. So basically it's impact against me. So you're going to have a +2 for this. Now for my guys, they get a +1 against everybody. Plus I have impact against you. So it's going to be a +2 for me. The impact ability of foot troops does not apply against mounted troops if the foot charge you. So it applies. However, the impact ability of foot troops does not apply against mounted troops with impact when the mounted troop charges me. Now it doesn't say you have impact.
No, it
You
doesn't.
get a +1 unless you already have impact. So I kind of think it's calling it impact, but in a very strange way. So that would kill my impact. So I'd only get a +1. And you get a +2. There's no other modifiers. So roll it. You get a +2, I get a +1.
So a total 6.
6 + 1 is 7. You got a total of 6?
Yep.
All right, so I won by 1.
Oh, so
Do you have armor? I don't think so.
nope.
So you lose by 1. That equals 1 cohesion point loss. Close fight. I think your max is 3, so that's done. So yeah, go back to my turn again. It just ended. They're going to fight again. First was shooting. So you have shooting here. Oh, wait a minute. Did you shoot? I think you did.
Yeah, me too. I think I did.
All right. So now we're in my shooting phase. You're going to shoot again. I'm going to shoot. I'm going to start here. Try and disrupt your formation with my javelins. This guy will be shooting at him. This guy is shooting at him because they're the targets that are mostly in their fronts. So they don't support each other anymore. They're now shooting at separate targets. So let's start here against here. Roll d6. You get your protection.
6.
I get a 5 minus 1. Okay, next one is there. I get a -1. You get your protection.
It's a 4.
Your protection is 1, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's a total of 5.
I get 2, so I did nothing. Totally ineffective.
I'm pretty good with my save rolls.
Yeah, you are. This shoots. I'm going to have a protection of 0, so it's just a straight roll. You get a -1 for being light horse. You need a 5. You need a 6. You can't beat it, actually.
Roll a 6.
-1 is 5, so you didn't beat it. All right, so it goes to melee, which is right here. We're going to fight this again. Now, all those bonuses from impetus and whatnot, they don't count anymore. So I'm just a straight up +1 as a base factor. You're a straight up +1 as a base factor. You're disordered -1, so you get no modifier to your roll. I get a +1. Do it.
So I have a total of 4.
1 + 1 is 2. You got a 4?
Yep. That's
So
counting
I lost by 2 points. If I had better armor, I could change that to losing by 1, but I don't have better armor. So I lost by 2, which equates to a loss of 1 cohesion point. I am now disordered, and I lost a cohesion point. They have a max of 3, like you. That's the end of melee. Go to the next turn, which I think is you. Your CP.
Okay, so 6.
6 plus 2.
8, so 4.
There you go. It's time to make stuff happen.
Yeah. First off, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna with my group. I'm gonna just advance. But can I get through? Do I have to charge the skirmishers, or can I just punch through them?
I'll evade.
Okay.
So you can charge these units here. Well, you know what? You might have a free spontaneous charge. Yeah, you do. And because they're part of a group, the whole group can move for free. They all can spontaneous charge.
That's cool. And can I charge the guys behind the skirmishers?
Well, what's going to happen is that I'm going to evade. If I evade, you can continue your charge right into me.
Okay.
So that's what's going to happen, because I'm not going to stand up to that. They're instantly destroyed by you if you contact me. I can't even fight you. So for free, no cost, you're going to make a spontaneous charge with this group straight forward into my guys is what's going to happen. I'm going to evade straight back. You indicate your direction of the charge, which is right there. Simple enough. I'm going to evade all my dice. I get 2, so I subtract 1 from my maximum of 3. So I only go back 2, which will put me right here, facing you. So that's my evade. Now you carry out your charge move. You have to go a minimum of 1. Your maximum is 2, but because it's a charge, I evaded. Roll your dice.
5.
So you get a +1.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so you're going to move forward 3, which will take you cleanly into contact. That includes the elephant. His movement rate is different. I think you roll separately for him, but I'm going to keep that at the distance you move. He moves 3 anyway. So your pikes just move right into position. You get a +2 base factor in combat. I'm not going to count this rough terrain. So yeah, that's the situation, and they're actually lined up perfectly. Anyway, no need to conform. So that's what happened. Crash! The big rush of the Seleucids. The Seleucids just made contact. All
Okay, so
right, so that's done. That movement is done.
my general is gonna try. Essentially, what I want to do is to flank your lines. Yeah.
All right, this is rough terrain. He's going to be moving a maximum of 2.
I just want to know if I get in the rear, is it even worse?
No, it's flank or rear.
Okay. So I'm just gonna try the flank.
All right, I'm going to wheel you just slightly. You got a maximum of 2 because you're moving through rough. I'll put you back just a little titch to take up account of the wheel. So there you are. That's your maximum move.
I'm gonna use a second order to try the charge on the flank. But ain't the channel have a free command point?
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try to charge on the flank.
Oh, you mean move a second time?
Yeah.
All right, that's a difficult maneuver. For one, let me look this up. I don't use that second movement too often. It says a third movement in the same phase, except as a movement performed by light troops or non-impetuous troops, is considered difficult. So it's actually not a difficult maneuver. You are considered unmaneuverable as a troop type. And what that means, you have to move your full or make contact with the enemy, or it counts as an extra CP, difficult. And any maneuver that includes a quarter turn, half turn, extension, or contraction is a difficult maneuver. Now you're moving your max even with the terrain deduction, so that's going to no extra cost there. This moving a second time, the only problem with this is you can't do that to get into contact. You have to always remain outside of 4 unit distances from the enemy. So you couldn't do it. It's basically like a march move. Okay?
Okay.
So can't do that. So that's his move. They're slow, remember, they're cataphracts. That's their fighting style, just a slow advance and a trot. So you still, that's his CP, so you still got 3 left.
I'm still gonna try to get him on the flanks.
Who?
My general.
He can't move.
Okay, you can't move more than once, or
No, he can't move more than once if he's within 4 unit distance of an enemy.
okay, yeah.
It's like a march. It has to be done outside that 4 unit distance from the enemy.
Okay. So in that case, I don't have much to do except my light cavalry. Am I
Yeah.
in range of shooting, or
Yes, you are.
pretty much nothing else to do?
Yeah. When you get rolls like this and all these extra CPs, it's very tempting to kind of like, no, now I could break my formations apart and do all kinds of finesse moves, which is an option, and you could do that, but it's not really, it doesn't really make sense. Like before you come within his threat zone, maybe you could have shifted some guys around onto his flank before you actually made the move. You know what I mean? You could do that with this shit. You got the extra stuff going on there. Pardon the French again. All right. Anyway, shooting.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't shoot with anything except my own guys. You get your shots. I get a +0. You get a -1. Uh-oh.
2 plus 1 -1 equals 1.
So you didn't beat me, and I rolled a 1. Oh my God. This is bad. Very bad. Okay, melee. Now you're the phasing player. You can decide where you want to fight first. We got this combat, that combat, this one, this one, this one, and this one.
I'll start with the one on your right.
This or here?
Now we'll do the medium cavalry before we forget them.
Yeah, true. All right, we're both disordered, so we both have -1. Our base factors are both +1, so we just roll straight dice.
5.
5, so it's nothing. Next. It's actually a pretty even match down here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me tell you how elite and quality works, because your guys are actually elite. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we forgot.
What did you roll?
5.
That was your dice roll?
Yep.
Without modifiers. Yeah, you didn't have them. Well, because you're elite, if you roll a 1, 2, or 3, you get a +1. If you roll a 4, 5, or 6, you don't get a +1. Simple as that. That's what happens with elite. That applies for shooting. It applies for melee combat. So, for instance, if you're elite with no modifiers except that you're elite, roll your dice, and if it comes up a 3 or less, you get a +1. So you roll a 3 + 1, 4. Your score would be a 4.
That's
Now,
nice. Makes them.
The opposite of that would be the mediocre troops. There's mediocre, there's ordinary, and there's elites.
Okay, yeah. When they roll a 4, 5, 6, they get -1.
Yeah, exactly. So if they roll high, a 4+, they get a penalty. And the elites roll low, they get a bonus. Pretty neat.
Yeah, it's a cool rule, actually.
Yeah, I like it. All right, so these CPs are gone. Let's go right to the... Oh, wait a minute. Dude, you had 3, right?
Yep.
Well, you could attempt to rally this guy. He's out of command distance,
Oh,
I think.
Yeah,
Well, actually, he's not. It doesn't matter. It's going to cost you at least 1. You got 3. So make a roll to rally him. You need a 5+.
Nope, didn't get him.
All right, it was worth a shot.
Yeah, it was.
All right, where do you want to begin? These guys are your elites.
Yep. I'll begin with these guys.
We here?
Yep.
All right. Now, again, I just told you how elite works. My armor rating is armor, so I have better armor. So if I lose any of these combats, I'm going to get a +1 to the result. Just so you know. Your base factor is +2 for being pikes. Mine is a +1. In addition, there is the first round of fighting modifiers to look at, like impact. Your pikes
Have
have
impact.
impact. You have impact versus mounted, except elephants, and that's it. So nothing special with you, except that you do cancel the impact of mounted troops and elephants that charge you. That's not the case. So that's it. You're just going to get a +2. There's no support units, nothing. Straight up +2. Now, my troops are considered heavy sword troops. They do have impact. And I will get the +1 for the impact. That's representing basically the pilums being shot into your formations as you make contact with me. So I'm going to get a +1 for that. That's going to be 2. So roll your dice, add your mod. You get 2, I get 2.
5 + 2.
And you're elite, but it doesn't matter. So I got a 2 + 2 is 4. You got a 5?
Yep.
So I
+2
lost.
= 7.
What was that?
+2 = 7.
All right, so I lost by 3. Right?
Yeah, I rolled a 5 naturally.
Okay. So the difference is 3. So I lost. So that means here's my armor kicks in. I add +1 to the result. So the difference isn't 3, it's now 2, which means I only take 1 cohesion hit. If it wasn't for the fact that I had that ability with my armor, had better armor than you, I would have taken 2 hits.
Ouch, yeah.
Yeah, so armor is really useful in melee. If you lose and have better armor than the opponent, you add 1 to the differential between you. Well, you deduct 1, actually. So the differential is 3, becomes 2. So yeah, I took 1 cohesion hit. I'm now disordered, and my cohesion level is 4, same as you, so gives you an idea. Next combat, here.
Yes.
All right, same thing, except you're not elite. Same exact thing. So you add +2, I add +2.
6 + 2.
8.
8 2.
So it's a tie, nothing. Next one, same exact thing.
1.
3.
And got beat.
Discard 5. What'd you get?
1. 3 in total.
So you lose by 2. You don't have better armor. So you take a differential of 2 as 1 cohesion hit. Is that right? Yeah. All right, this combat, same thing.
4 + 2 = 6.
I scored 4. You beat me by 2. I have heavy armor, so the difference is 1. I'm disordered with 1 cohesion hit. Not bad. Finally, the elephant. It's a little different. I got spears. So what that's going to do, it's going to cancel your impact, which you have. Unfortunately, it doesn't apply against elephants. You still get your impact against me.
And
I have,
also,
normally I have impact against mounted troops.
yeah, and you don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it against you.
And
So,
just want to know, what is Furious Charge?
oh, Furious Charge, I've been forgetting. Uh, if you win the first round of fighting, if you win it, you do an extra cohesion hit if you have Furious Charge.
Okay.
Does your
So
elephant have that? Yeah, he does.
I get a +1.
Wait a minute. What do you get? The elephant gets +1 versus foot, so you're gonna have +1. You have impact, that's an additional +1. I can't cancel that with my spears.
So that's a +2. 5 + 2 = 7.
All right, you scored a 7. Okay, my modifier is a +1 for my base factor against you. I have impact against mounted except elephants, so it's only just 1, and that's it. So I get a +1. But I am elite. You're elite as well. +1 is 4. 5. Total 5. What'd you get?
A total of 7.
So I lose by 2. I have better armor, so I lose by 1, which is 1 cohesion hit.
2 because of first charge.
Oh, yeah, there you go. See that? Nice. Very nice. It's my Triardi. Excellent. Well, you did a lot of breaking up here. Not good. All right, that's the end of close combats. Goes to victory conditions. You've lost. You've got 2, 3, 4. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towards my 12. That's if this guy counts. I don't think he does. I don't know. But anyway, just learning here, folks. Just learning. I've been playing for a couple weeks now. What do you think? Like it?
So far, yeah. Actually, I really think I'm gonna try to find the book online and just order it.
Yeah. I think it's like 40 some dollars here in the States.
That's good.
40 bucks. The War Store has it. On Military Matters has it. L'Art de la Guerre. All right, where are we? My turn?
Yes, so
3 + 1 is 4, 2. 2 cohesion. Or CPs. All right, can't do much here. Another thing that's interesting about this set of rules is that once you get locked in melee like this, it stays that way. It's all or nothing. Your units will stay that way until somebody's destroyed. There is exceptions. If you're faster than the opponent, like cavalry would be over foot, there's a special move you can make called a disengage, where you can pull away from the melee. That's the only real exceptions. So once you get stuck in like this, that's it. Do or die.
okay. So yeah, that said, it's all about maneuver this game, pretty much.
Yeah. So what am I at, 2? My turn?
Go for it.
2. All right, let me check this guy and make sure he's within command, which is 6. This is 5. So he's within command. He's also in command. That's about it. I don't like what's going on down here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and run off your light cav and declare a charge. I move 4. I can make contact with you. But before I do that, I'm on a wheel, a full 1. I have 3 left. So do you want to evade?
Sure, of course.
Okay, roll a d6.
1.
So you evade 4. And I roll a 1. So I lose 1. So 4, it's 3 minus my wheel. It's 2. I'll stop at 2. It takes him out of command. I want this unit here of Triari to rally. I need a 5+.
I wonder if the elite rule adds anything to that roll.
What, being elite?
Yeah.
A unit engaged in melee with an enemy will rally on a 5+. Blah, 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 blah. Particular cases. I'm thinking of something else. So yeah, I'm going to spend the one. Is this? Yeah, it's my second one. I'm going to attempt to rally the Triari. No, it says in the rules you can't use your rating for rally tests, so it doesn't apply. So I need a 5+. I need a 4. Oh, it does say that. It cost me 2 CPs. Well, I can't do that then. Because he's in melee. Well, I can't do anything then. So what I think I'm going to do is move my general. And that's about it. That was his. Oh yeah, I could do something with my lights. Yeah, I'm going to do that. For free, form a column. Okay, shooting. No, no. Go right to melees. Let's start here at the barbarians. Galatians versus Gauls. We both add nothing because we're both disordered and our base factors are 1 against each other. So here we go.
2.
See how important that initial first combat is?
Yeah.
That's where you get all your bonuses and stuff. After that, they just wear down. So 3.
I got a 2. You beat me.
I beat you by 1, which is 1 cohesion loss. You are now at green. 1 more and you're gone. Greens represent 2 hits.
Okay.
All right. Let's fight this combat up here with the elephant.
So rolled a 5. +1, 6.
I got a 6, +1, -1 for the disorder. I got a 6. We tied?
Yep, that's like.
You're elite, and I'm elite. Didn't matter.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah, that's going to sit there like that. Next combat. +1 versus +2. I have a -1, so I have nothing.
So
So-
rolled a 5 +2, 7. Ouch, that's good.
I got a 5. What'd you get?
A total of 7.
You beat me by 2, better armor, so I take another cohesion hit. Uh-oh. Next combat right here in the middle. You're disordered. I'm straight up, so it's +1 for me.
7.
+1 for you.
7. Some pretty good rolling I got.
You got a 7?
Yep.
All right, I lost by 1. My armor is better, so it's tied. Nothing. Next combat right here. No modifiers. You get a +2. I get a +1.
Another 6.
5, 6. Total 6. What'd you get?
Okay, 6 plus 1 equals 7.
All right, I lost by 1. I have better armor, so it's nothing.
Oh wait, am I disordered in that fight? Because or else I get a +2.
You're not disordered here.
Okay, say I got +2, so total of 8.
And what was mine? Did you?
5.
All right, so you beat me by 1 with my better armor. Next combat. You're elite, plus I am disordered, so I'm a straight die roll. +1, -1 for the disorder. You're no modifier except a +2 for being pikes, plus you're elite.
2 plus 2 equals 4 plus 5. 5 for elite.
What'd you get?
2 plus 3 because of elite and pikes equals 5.
Final score 5. Right?
Yep.
All right, so I take 1 more hit, which is going to take me to green. Wow. Didn't expect this. All right, that's the end of melee. That's it. Next turn is yours.
Okay, so command values 2 plus 2 equals 4, so 2. Um, with my cavalry, I'll try to shoot, well, to move, to be able to shoot at the other unit that's chasing them. Yep. I'll try to rally the. Oh no, it takes 2 points to rally the unit in close combat against the warband.
You 5.
Got it.
Want to do anything with him?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to move on the flanks. Actually, can I reach the skirmishers?
You only move 2.
If I can't, I'll still move forward.
Actually, be right here. If you move forward, you're going to be right here.
Yep, going forward.
All right, shooting. You can shoot here. You get a -1.
1 minus 1 equals 0. I didn't beat you.
All right. You're too far away from me. So straight to melee.
We'll start with the warband.
Straight die roll. 4.
Again, so I lost by 3.
You're elite.
So 2. I rolled a 2.
You lost by 2.
So they're dead.
No, they just take another one. You already got 1. This would be 2. With a maximum of 3. So your rally attempt didn't do anything because you just got it back again. You're being hassled, dude. Hassled. All right, up here.
We'll start with the elephants. That's a 5 plus 1 equals 6.
Oh,
Oh shit, that's not good.
you got a 6
Yep.
total. Holy cow! I get a +1 -1. That's it. There's no support, nothing. So 1 to 6 is a loss of 5. +1 because I have armor is a loss of 4. That is 2 cohesion points, which puts me at a. No, I'm not destroyed. 1 more.
Shit, that ain't good.
Nope. Wow, the Triarii is about to get wiped by the elephants. Not good at all. All right, next.
These ones, roll the 1. That's a total of 3.
4. I got a 4. I don't know what the hell I got. 4. What'd you get?
A total of 3. Roll the 1.
So I win by 1?
Yep.
4 to 3, you take a cohesion hit. Next one, you're disordered, -1 +2, so you get a total of +1. I get a +1. We each get +1. 6 total.
Roll the 1 again, so that's a 2.
You lose by 4. You don't have better armor. That is 2 cohesion hits. So you're at 3. +1 -1 on a straight roll. You have +2.
You gotta be kidding me. Another 1.
3.
So total of 3.
You lose by 3, which is 2 hits. So you are now at the yellow or the green level. 2 hits. Finally, this combat right here, you are elite. I'm disordered, so I'm a straight roll, and you're a +2 with a +1 if you roll 1 to 3. 2.
That's a 6. Man, my rolls are like all or nothing.
You got a 6? Yeah, they are. 6 versus 2, a difference of 4. That's 2. I'm destroyed.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
All right, any more melees? No, that's it. Okay, so let's figure the results of the melees. This guy routs. There's nobody directly behind him, so there's no one affected by that. He is removed. That's 2 points toward my total. Yeah, and that's it. Now, there is pursuit here. You can pursue up to a full base depth if you want. If you're impetuous, you have to. Now, if you do this, I advise you to do it because what this does, it puts you in this guy's flank. And when you get that, it means you could move into his flank in the next turn.
Yeah.
If you stay where you're at, you're only going to be a support. He'll get a +1. But if you move forward, you'll be eligible to hit that flank, and you'll still be a support for this guy. So this is not looking good for me. You're turning my right.
That is what I'm gonna do.
All right, so good. That's good. All right, melee's over. Victory conditions. Boy, we both pile them up here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I count him as destroyed. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 more, and you're demoralized. So we're both good. It goes to my turn. Time to make some adjustments. 1 + 1 is 2. Halved is 1.
Shit.
Wow.
Good thing you almost don't need it.
Yeah. All right, I want to use his point right here to try and get into a support position on these barbarians. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what I want to do. He moves forward. I don't think I could make it. Nah, pretty close. Slight wheel, shift, 3. Next. I shouldn't have done that. That wouldn't matter. It's too far away anyway. I don't have the CP to do anything with these guys, so they're going to be hammered with some more bow fire. I can't change that because I don't have this. I need 2 of them. So I'm screwed there. These guys are going to expand their formation to this and advance. I don't think I could charge you because of the terrain. I don't think so. There is a. I think it's if it's in the flank, you have a penalty, something like that. Anyway, I don't want to. These guys are going to move into position to launch their javelins on your general. That'll be my CP. And my movement is done. So let's do shooting. These two, it's going to be for me, it's going to be a +1, -1. -1 for light infantry, +1 for support. So it's a straight roll. You're heavily armored, which doesn't mean anything in shooting. It just adds your protection.
So 3 plus protection of 2, so that's a 5.
Let me look at this terrain here for a shooting modifier. I don't think fields give you cover. I'm not sure. I think they just slow you down.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I imagine anyway.
Fields. They offer no cover. So I get a 3. What'd you get?
A 3 plus 2 because of my protection.
6. Nothing. Did your shooting or no?
No, not yet.
I get a +0.
Roll the 6, -1.
You get a 4.
Yeah, I got a 5 in
All
total.
right.
Kill man.
One hit.
It's 1 or 6. That's what my rolls are.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's not a bad thing.
No, it's my style. It's how I am.
All right, melees.
So warband.
My turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do the warband first. We both have straight rolls. 6.
I got beat by 2. So I'm destroyed, I think.
You got beat by 2? You're destroyed. All right, well, let's fight. Oh, boy, that's going to be a bad situation there. Let's fight. The only place I have any advantage would probably be right here. So let's fight this middle one where you're disordered. You get a total of +1. I get a +1.
Roll the 2 plus 1 equals 3.
1
Oh.
+1 is 2. So I lost by 1. Heavy armor. It's a tie. All right. Now that blew my shot right there. Let's try this one. Pikes. We're both disordered. So you get a +1.
Roll the total of 6.
6. All right, you beat me by 1. My armor stays. It's a tie. Let's do the elephant.
That's a 5 again. Plus 1, 6.
I get a 6. That's it, isn't it? 6. Just no modifiers for that.
Another die.
6.
Sorry, what was that?
I got a 6.
Yeah, I got a 5 plus 1. That's a 6 2 for the elephants. So that's another tie.
Okay, that's it. And finally, this side right here, which is looking really bad.
Yeah, I wonder
This,
why.
this isn't a flank attack. This is a support, though. So you're going to get a +1 for him.
Okay.
-1 for your disorder. +2 for being pike. So you have a total +2 now. And that's it. You're just going to have a +2 because they're not actually attacking the flank yet. So, and I get a nothing.
6.
Well,
Total of 8. Jeez, man.
you beat me by a whopping 7.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, that's instant rout.
Shit, man.
Destroyed. All right, that's that. I'm cool. I'm good. It's all right. That's it. Nothing more. So let's handle the routes. There's nobody behind him, so he's just removed. Uh-oh. Over here, you're routed. It's that. Pursuits. You want to pursue?
Yeah.
Optional. Yeah?
Well, maybe not. If I leave them there, they're gonna support the other one besides them.
Yeah. If they pursue, they'll still be able to support, but they'll get in the way of these guys. It
Yeah.
doesn't
Exactly.
really matter. Somebody's going to get in the way of somebody here.
Well, if my the other unit can at least get on the flank, I can support with 2 units.
No, you only get the 1. It's
Okay.
a maximum of 1 for each flank. The best you could get is a +3, 1 for each flank and a rear. That would be a total of +3. You
Okay.
can't get a +2 from the same flank.
I'm still gonna pursue.
This one? All right.
Yep.
You want to be in line with this guy? Because then you'll be like a group.
Yep.
All right. And all right, over here, there's a mandatory pursuit because they're impetuous. I guess they didn't need my general's help. Go on, get. And that's it, right? Melee's done? Yeah. All right, see if anybody won. My total is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 12. Yours is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You need 10. So we're good. Another turn. Roll your dice.
4 plus 2 equals 6, so 3.
You got a 6?
No, I rolled a 4 plus 2 equals 6. So
So
I
3.
died.
What would you like to do, my friend?
The 2 units of pikemen that aren't engaged, I'm gonna try to move on the rear of the rest of the units in combat, or maybe just go forward. I got like a warband, and a cavalry unit to take charge of. Yeah.
Okay, here's here's the situation. These guys are going to get crowded. So what this unit can do, he can conform onto this flank. Okay, which is probably a good idea. It'll benefit you big time. But this guy's going to get in the way. So what he should do is probably move forward.
Yeah, sounds about good.
These guys right here, they're not really a threat because I can't
That's good.
charge you. But if you charge me and make contact, I'm destroyed. So I have to try and evade you. They're not going to be a major threat for you. This unit here could move forward and then eventually make his position on the rear, but then he's got this to deal with. So what's going to happen here is if you do this and not move this first unit of pikes, I will shift him back a little to make room for that move. So it's not going to be an impossible thing for you to do if you want to make this shift onto the flank. And so don't worry about what you do with this unit. You could move them as a group forward, or you could move them individually, or however you want. But make sure you move on this guy's flank.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Move on the flank, and the other unit's just gonna go forward.
All right. So he's going to conform, and it's free. Breathing in that mic again.
Sorry.
What are you doing, dude? That's scaring me, I'm telling you. All right, so that's that. You want this one to go forward.
Yep. All the way.
That's 2. That's your elites. Pretty cool. They know how to fight with pikes.
These guys are badass, man. Sixes after sixes.
Yeah, of course. Of course. All right, so you got a nice little flank move here. Now, this isn't a charge. This is a conforming onto a flank. You don't count as a charge. Okay?
Okay.
You know what? Let me double check that because there's some vicious things that happen as a result of this that are not good for the Romans. I mean, you could wipe the floor up with me at this point. So I want to make sure I get this right. It's basically called conforming after a melee. Not too sure that applies. It's not conforming after a flank attack. All right, you know what? I'm not going to count you as charging. I'm not going to deduct those CP for it either. I'm just going to let you make contact. But what it will do is it will drop me down to a 0 base factor. You'll also get a +1 for the, well, you wouldn't. You get a +1 support. That's about it. The main units fighting is this unit and this unit. This unit, if he was the main unit, he'd get an additional +1 for charging, for attacking a flank. But because he's not the main unit, he is, that modifier won't apply. Remember that applied down here or something when you charge that flank? I think that happened in this game, unless I'm dreaming.
Yeah, the chariots, I think.
You know what? That doesn't happen. It's quite clear that what I just did there does not count as a charge, and it's not a flank attack. Conforming after a melee is clearly when you're not engaged with anyone else. Oh. Well, you lose all your basic abilities, that's for sure. I don't have any anyway. But you don't gain for this because it's not a charge. You don't get your impetus while I'm not mounted anyway. Oh yeah, I am fighting two enemies. What am I thinking? I'm sorry, man. I'm starting to lose my memory here. But yeah, I'm reduced to 0. Base factor of 0. Plus, I take an immediate cohesion hit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Lose all my abilities. Immediate cohesion hit. It's for the flank and being attacked by 2 opponents. So I'm base factor 0. Now I'm disordered, so that's going to be -2. Yeah, and you're going to have a -1 +2 +3 for the support. So your total modifier is a +2.
Not bad.
So I get nothing. My base factor is 0. I'm disordered, so it's -1. +1 for my base factor. Well, no, it's base factor 0. Sorry. Yeah, so I just have a -1.
Oh crap. 1.
You roll a 1?
Yep.
All right, I got
1
even
2.
with modifiers?
Oh, 3. Sorry.
3. So you beat me by. I have armor, so it's going to be 1 cohesion hit.
Oh, that wasn't bad for one.
No,
Imagine if I rolled a 6.
that would be a wipeout. Those were really bad rolls there for both of us.
I guess it's karma for all my 6s.
Yeah. Right here, we both have -1s. Well, I do. I got straight roll. You got a +1.
1 again. Oh wow.
2?
Yeah, total of 2.
All right, these 2 units are they've been doing that consistently. They're just stuck. Now the elephant.
1. Jesus fucking.
I got a total of 5.
+1, it's 2 for me.
You lose by 3?
Yep.
You're elite.
Oh, so that's a total of 3. Lose by 2.
Right, so you take 1 cohesion hit. Now you're disordered. Finally.
3 ones in a row.
And that's it. Melee's done. Is there any change in victory here? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And for me, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I count him, I'm at 11. I
Oh,
lost.
getting pretty tight.
I
Why?
gotta look it up. I want to see what happens when you move off the table.
Yeah, but don't you have 12?
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm thinking of you. 10. I'm good then.
Yeah, we're pretty close, both of us.
Yeah, we are.
It's up to the rolls next turn.
All right, so my turn. 5 plus 1 is 6 is 3. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, this is not good. I can't engage your pikes with my mounted. That's suicide. Got these guys here. I like where they're at. They're just going to keep shooting. You got good. We'll see. I might pull them back. But yeah, he's going to take 2 CP to do anything with. Oh, man. I got to spend 2 to try and rally my Triari.
Okay.
I need a 5+. It's probably not going to happen, but I like risk. Fact. 3. Nope. Waste. Finally, I got 1 CP. I can't do anything. All right, I'm going to move up my barbarians who move 3. I think it's a difficult move. Yeah, I don't have the CP to turn sideways. So I'm gonna wheel them for 1.5. And then move 1.5 forward to there. Finally, he's got his CP that he's going to use. He's going to turn left face, which puts him right there. And that cost him 1 UD. He's got 4, so we got 3 more. And he's going to use that. Shift. And I have to move forward, unfortunately, for me, to that position. I don't know, can you shift and make a turn like that at the same time? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was a legal move, but I did it anyway. All right, so that's it. Shooting. These two velites, we'll start it off by shooting at your general. That's 1d6 +1 -1. You don't have cover for the rough, but you have a protection of +2. Yikes. 6.
Oh, shit. Total of 4.
With the modifier?
Yep.
Take a hit.
Sorry, 3. 3, sorry. I thought I had the +3.
Doesn't matter. If I beat you, you take a hit.
Okay.
All right, next shooting. Oh, do you get a modifier for being a general? I don't think so. No, that's not shooting.
But what happened if your general dies?
You're in trouble. His command points adds to your DV.
Okay, yeah.
Plus, you don't have them no more. But you still roll your dice, but you wouldn't have you wouldn't have his command value added to it anymore, I believe. That's what happens. I've never had it happen yet, so. They're shooting here, right? Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 5. -1, 4.
I got 1. That's it. So I take a hit. Ouch, man, I'm at 2. You're going to whittle my cavalry down to nothing. All right, finally, we'll go to the melees. Let's start. Well, you know what? It's a disaster. This is just a complete disaster. We're going to start in the middle, where it's pretty even to fight here. I've got 2 hits. You got 1. We both roll d6 -1. You get a +1 in total. So you get a +1. You get a 5.
Wait, I just dropped my die.
You get a 5.
1 + 2, I think. 1? No, 1. So I got a 2.
You lost by 3, so you take.
I think I'm dead.
What'd you lose by? 2 or 3? 3?
3.
That's 2 cohesion hits. 1 more and you're dead. Well, this red shows 3 hits.
Yeah.
You got 4. That's not good.
Okay, I need 4.
All right, so we're going to go to this one with the elephant, where we both have nothing, straight rolls, I guess. 2.
4.
You beat me by 2, beat me by 1 because of my armor. You're elite, by the way, don't forget. Oh, so am I.
No, I just rolled a 4.
Well, I get a +1, I forgot. So I got a 3. So I'm at 3, you're at 4. I lost by 1, +1 for the armor, tie. So now it goes to this final combat right here where I am not in good shape. I have a base factor of 0. I don't suffer the additional cohesion loss because no one else hit me in the flank. So it's 1 -1. So I'm at no modifier. Yeah.
I guess I'm at +2.
I'm just a straight roll. So you get a +1, +2, -1. So that's a total of +2 to your roll.
Roll the 1 again.
So you beat me by 1, right?
Yep, pretty much.
So I have better armor. It's a tie.
That's
Standing
cool.
ground.
I can't. No matter how crappy I roll, I still win combat. Pretty nice.
Yeah, your dice rolling is horrible here. Oh man, a 1? Not good. 1s and 6s, dude. I don't know. All right, so nothing was lost.
You know what? I'm gonna change the die.
Yeah, do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you're still at 9. One more. I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 still. So we're both at 1 more. Can you imagine?
Getting pretty close.
Yeah, that's 1 point. If somebody disorders that wasn't disordered, it's game over.
Destiny.
Yeah, it's time to rally. It's your turn.
Okay, so command 4 + 2 = 6, so 3.
3?
Yeah. Rally time. I'm gonna try to rally my elephants.
You need a 5+. It's going to cost you 2.
Yep. Ain't got it.
You got it?
No, I didn't.
Ah. All right, you got 1 CP.
Which I'm gonna do nothing with it. Can I rally anything? No.
He could rally, your general. He'll get a +1 to the roll. You're going to need a 4+.
Okay,
2
I'm gonna
plus
try
with
to
the
do that.
general.
4. So I did rally.
You still have a CP.
Which I can't use no. Can I rally something else?
Yeah. If it's in close combat, it's going to cost you 2, so you can't. You could rally.
No, nothing. I think.
No, you're right. There is nothing.
No, I got on to shooting.
All right, shooting. You got this down here, so I get a modifier of +0.
2 -1 = 1.
Okay, shooting's over. No, it isn't. I got these two. I get a +1, -1. You get a +2. 5.
Ah, lost.
You lost? You disordered again. The cataphracts are just sitting there with all their big, heavy trash can armor, getting
That's why.
pelted by my javelins.
That is why I'm a light cavalry guy and lots of it.
Mhm.
I just love the Mongols and Huns.
Of course.
Who doesn't?
Melee? Where do you want to start?
The elephant. My most competent unit in the game with my elites. I should play an elite army. I'm so good with them.
All right, so you get a +1, -1. I get a +1, -1.
Roll the 1.
4. You lose by 3. That's 2 cohesion hits. You have a total of 3 hits, and I believe that destroys you. Yeah, that destroys you. Elephants have a cohesion of 3, so that's it. Your elephant's gone. Sorry. My try lasted you. Next combat.
Okay, so the middle ones.
It's either this one or this one. If you fight this one first, it doesn't really matter because it's all simultaneously affected at the end.
So I'll start with the first one on the left. I rolled 2,
You get a +1,
so 3.
and I got a 3, so it's tied again. All right, the next combat. This one you're going to have a +2, +1, a total of +2. Yeah, you got a total of +2. I got a total of nothing. 6.
5 in total.
So I win.
Yep.
You lose by 1.
Yep.
That's destroyed.
Oh, for real.
I wonder if I'm doing this right, because this doesn't look right. These Romans are fighting too hard. All right. I don't think that should have happened. So they're destroyed. Nobody behind them. It's going to end the game. These guys also would fall back. These guys would pursue up to there. These guys would be destroyed in a random direction. They're going to rampage. You want to roll it? Go for it.
6. I don't know if that's good or bad, but
All right, hold on. Let me find that rampage. All right, what'd you get?
6.
6 on the rear, so it's straight back. No problems. They're gone. And that one in melee, that's it. So totals. I am suffering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, if I count him as destroyed because he left the table. So I got 11. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Was this unit disordered?
It should be.
Because I remember I took one of the markers off. I thought maybe it was somebody that died.
Yeah,
Which it was. This one died.
Yeah, I was supposed to be at 10. So, yeah, I think every one of my units were disordered.
Well, if it was the one that was destroyed, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not including the side chariot. So yeah, that ends the battle. You reached your DV at 10. And just to double check, I am at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with that guy. So that's it. It was a very close battle, and I barely won that. There was some really crazy dice rolls on your part, especially. Holy cow!
6s or 1s.
Yeah, what is that?
Game, yeah, it was really awesome.
Yeah. So here's the dead pile. The Seleucids. I think I could have played that a little better, not tactics-wise, but rules-wise. I think I made a few mistakes, but just trying to keep the game going, I just let it go.
Yeah, sure.
But nothing major, I assure you.
Even then, the game was really fun, so.
Yeah, I know, it gets pretty intense. This is the first battle I've played where the Seleucids won it. This is their first victory, my friend. So you got the first victory for the Seleucids using Layard. Pretty good. These guys kicked ass, the elites.
Yeah.
The Greek trained troops. You only lost 1 pike block. Wow.
Yeah, they're pretty good with 4 cohesion points and like +2 versus all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really effective.
Can you see how the CP is a big part of the game? How often did you see units that were just hung out there? You couldn't do anything with them. Like, look what happened to my horse.
They're just stuck there.
Yeah, because I never had the CP to do anything with them. They just sat there taking fire from your bows that were just sitting here, falling back, coming, falling back, coming. Perfect strategy. That's great. I love that, how your CPs are really Really, really more important in this game than a few other games I know of.
Yeah, yeah. Especially, I love when the command traits are so important to
Yeah.
me. Like it's what war is about with generals, and a game like Warhammer 40k that has essentially absolutely no command rules whatsoever. Just that kind of bothers me.
Yep. Nothing. Yeah, that's true. That is a big contrast with fantasy and sci-fi and historical gaming is the fact that there is a lot more control, command and control rules built into historical
Yeah,
sets. Because
to
it's
me,
it's
it's pretty much one of the most important part of the of rules.
yeah, it is. That was a really tight game. Damn.
Yeah, man, it was really fun. This
Yeah,
rule set is really awesome. Like especially the how we set up terrain and deploy, and how the defender chooses most of the terrain, and
yeah,
kind of simulates like real war. And
yeah. That's how you. That's what they're trying to do. Is they're trying to simulate the actual maneuvering before a battle, where generals are trying to get an advantage over the opponent. That's why you take into account the command ability of the commander and the light troops, which basically represent the scouts and things like that. They're
yeah,
scouting
that's
ahead. They're seizing terrain that can't be held by a lightly defended opponent, and that's what it represents. And I like that too. That's a big
yeah,
part of battle that you can't ignore, really. Most ancient rules have something like that for terrain deployment and choice and changing it around as best you can.
I actually didn't see many games with rules like that.
Impetus has it.
Oh yeah, maybe I just played the basic one, so I never really seen those.
Well, Impetus has basic Impetus has it too. It's not extensive. Like these rules here also have rules for ambushes, which is cool. We didn't use them. There's also like if you're playing a full game, a 200-point game, your army is broken up into three commands. You have three generals. This is normal. You get a certain number of ambushes that you can deploy on the battlefield. And in addition, you're supposed to have like a battle plan. And what that is, you grab your sheet of paper and you divide it into three parts. Basically, your left wing, your center, and your right. And what you do is you define where each command is deployed. So I could put my main general on the left, and I could put his two sub commanders in one of these blocks here. That's right. That's your deployment. You also mark your ambushes as well, and that's your deployment. And the opponent does the same thing. You reveal them, and that's how you have to deploy your forces, basically in those sectors. I like that too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
There's also outflank marches, I believe. Yeah, flank marches. They could be off board moving on a flank. Glorious. Just absolutely glorious. Oh my God. I don't think I sat down once. Holy cow. Yeah, it's painful. We've had consistently a couple viewers, two or three at a time. It's enjoyable. It's an enjoyable watch. You guys enjoyed this, leave a comment or something and let me know what you think. What you think. I'm sure you might have spotted some rules mistakes if you read the rule book or know it. Can't do that. What's the matter with you? You can't do that. That's terrible. How dare you?
Ah, well.
Yeah, it was very fun. I enjoy it. A game like this for 100 points usually goes for under an hour. You can play it. It's this took a little bit longer because we're online and we're just learning.
Yeah, it's normal, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure once we get a hang of it,
Did you
we'll
have any trouble seeing the video? Any
nope,
kind of problems?
never once.
Yeah. How about the sound? Was I too far away?
Nope. In fact, was perfect.
Good. Because I noticed when I was watching the Flames of War game, we did, it was a bigger table. There's more to do. I had to move around and stuff. But I noticed that when I was further away, you could barely hear me sometimes. Remember that game?
Yeah, that was fun too.
Yeah, that was at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh god, I was fucking tired. I mean, I'm tired now, but
Yeah.
that was just
Yeah, I wish Ian could have made it because he was getting ready to play this all week. And I made that little video series specifically at his request so that he could, slip into the game and play it. But he just got booted after like an hour of talking on here and getting ready. He just lost his connection. That happened last time too. He got booted from the Flames of War game, and I had to play it. So, but I'll put up another game of this. This is going to be a regular for me because I really enjoy this game.
yeah, me too. I
Uh,
think. And do you have other armies or just the Seleucids and the Romans?
well, I have the Seleucids. I plan on expanding them for bigger point battle games. I have the Republican Polybian Romans, which I also intend to expand. I have my Gauls, which I've played with these rules. I got a nice army for that, but I don't know if I'm going to expand them right away just yet because they're a pain in the ass to paint. So I have them to play with if you want to try them in a game. I also have tons of feudal English who can serve as feudal French and or even Crusader armies or German if I wanted to. But I have to remount them. I have enough mounted for DBA, but I need to mount more to use them with a game of this. So I have to remount them. That's the big deal with them, remounted. And that's it. And as far as my painting schedule, I think I'm just going to focus on building up the Romans and the Seleucids. And the new army that I'm going to be building as well is going to be Numidians. And as you can see, I include some of them in my Roman army. And the reason I do that is because I'm slowly building up an army for them. I've got not much. I've got three elements of light cav for them and an elephant for them. I still have more to do, but that should be ready soon as well. So I'm getting there.
Well, that's awesome. And about the Gauls, a game with the Gauls would be really awesome.
You like the Gauls? Next time we'll do that then. I want to try the Seleucids against the Gauls.
That could be funny, yeah.
The last game I played with Rome versus Gaul. Uh, Gaul won, and
Oh
they
yeah.
won it. And they won it really strategically. They played really well. Just real quick, I don't know if I told you, but what it was basically this. The Romans decided they were going to take possession of this hill in the middle of the battlefield. They deployed their legions on top of there. The banners are stuck in the ground. They're going to hold their position and let the horde come to them while they have the advantage of high ground. Well, and what they did is they tried to entice the barbarians to attack them because they're impetuous. And they did that by throwing their light infantry forward, their velites, to try and lure the impetuous troops forward. Uh, However, I think impetuous troops ignore light infantry. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he did not come all the way up to that hill. He got right up to his charge distance, a little bit beyond that, and stopped so that he wouldn't fall to impetuous charges. And he stayed there. And while he did that, waiting for me to come off that hill, he was eating up my flanks, my light troops, my Numidians. I had a freaking elephant somewhere. I don't know what happened to it, but that quickly got killed off. But my flanks deteriorated. And what he was able to do is entice me to come off the hill because my flanks were falling apart. So I had to start making a move off the hill to engage him before I'm surrounded completely. But the moment I did that, his entire battle line burst into an impetuous charge, took advantage of it, hit me hard, and was able to envelop my battle line and crush me. He basically destroyed my legion because the discipline of the Romans faltered. Because he played really well. His commander, by the way, was brilliant. Literally in the roles, he was a brilliant commander. So it was a terrible loss for Rome. I tried to play with discipline and a sound plan, but his plan was better.
If only happened like that in history.
Yep.
I don't think the Gauls got it that easy in reality.
Well, it depends on the leadership. You know, if you have a brilliant commander, or there's even a better level of commander than that in my art, it's called a strategist. But this was a brilliant commander, and that really helps a lot. It might not seem like it in the game. It seems like 3, 4 CPs. That's a lot. 4 CPs.
Yeah.
2, 3. That 1 pip difference can really be crucial.
Yeah, I saw that.
And one of the biggest factors to a battle using CPs like this isn't how many you get in a turn, but it's how many you get in a turn compared to what your opponent just had and what he gets following your turn. Like if I roll 1 CP, I'm in trouble. If you get 3 CP in the next turn, I'm really in trouble. And if I follow that up with another 1 CP, I surrender. So a lot of it has to do with looking at the CP together in context with the preceding and the following CPs. That's what really defines a battle. And in this case, the brilliant commander of the Seleucids was able to walk to his doom. But he put up a great fight because he was rolling 1s and 6s. But yeah, that's how you need to look at the CP thing. I love that.
Yeah, it's a really great rule system.
DBA has the same mechanic. DBMM has the same mechanic. It's pips, they're called, player initiative points. And the only difference really is that you get more pips and the range between pips is greater in DBA than it is in the art. Because in DBA it's just a straight up D6 roll. That's it. In the art, it's D6 plus your command value divided by 2. And in general, you have more units in the art than you do DBA. So it's much more pronounced in this game, the use of command points.
Honestly, I think I like that more because it gives you some really tough decisions to make, and you can really use that to your advantage sometimes. Like I did with your cavalry when I just sat there and shot you the entire game.
Yeah, I love when things like that happen because that's realistic. How many times do you read about just indecisive units that would get caught there out of command, just not knowing what to do, or preoccupied or scared or whatever?
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
enemy just moves in and peppers them and just wipes them out. That was a gruesome situation, I'm sure, for those Romans. I mean, 1 minute the enemy's in front of them, they chased them numerous times, but every time they'd come back and start shooting. And here's this big field in the way. They're and those archers on their horseback are coming up in that direction and just hitting them. Yeah, it's just it must have freaked them out. They didn't know what to do. But I love things like that.
I just wonder if there's the Hans army.
Rule book? Sure there is. Give me a date. Give me a date.
Mm,
Come on.
180.
180? All right. You know what? This book has a couple different. Is it a couple? No, it's got a nice alphabetical index to the armies. So let's look up this army. Should I look up H for the Huns? Huns, page 140. And it's a pretty simple list. 374 to 466 AD. So this is Dark Ages. Is this the one you're after?
Yeah.
Attila. He's one of their strategists that you can take in your army. How that works is that there's a even better rating in the art for commanders, and it's called strategist.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and what that is, for every army list, for almost every army, there will be listed a strategist, one or more strategists. Not all armies have them. Like the Allens, for instance, don't have any. Who was the great commander for them? Nobody knows. So, but the Huns have one. They're strategists. They only have one, and it's Attila. From 433 to 453 AD, the Western Hun armies can take him as a strategist commander, which is even better than a brilliant commander. He's better in quality in many ways. And it's Attila, basically. What do you want to know?
Can I build an army that's mainly like cavalry?
Well, they're pretty much cavalry anyway. The unit types, nobles. They're heavy cavalry with bow, and they're elite.
Yeah, excellent.
You'd have 0 to 2 of them in a typical 200-point game. Half these for a 100-point game. Horsemen. They're medium cavalry with bow, and you have the option of upgrading them to elite. You also have light cavalry with bow, which you can upgrade to elite. And the total number of units you can have is 8 to 24 in a 200-point game. And then you've got light infantry armed with bows. Not many of them, just 0 to 4 of them. They're not mandatory. And they're just light infantry with bow. We use them tonight with the Seleucids. Now, specifically for the Western Huns, and we're talking Attila here, I guess, he can have Alans, which are light cavalry with bow, 0 to 2 units. Medium cavalry with bow, 0 to 2 units. They're both together. You can't have them. It's 0 to 2 light cavalry with bow, or medium cavalry with bow. Whatever. 0 to 2 of them. You've got heralds, Heruls. Heralds. They're medium cavalry that's impetuous, or heavy cavalry that's impetuous. So that's pretty powerful. You get some hard-hitting troops. Only 0 to 4, though. And then there's Franks, Burgundians, or Goths. I don't know if they're part of the... Yeah, they'd be Western Huns. They're heavy swordsmen that are impetuous, so they're foot troops, heavy infantry. And they can be upgraded to elite, up to 4 of them. And they can have up to 8 in all. And fortified camp. In this game, you can have either a camp or a fortified camp. Fortified camps are cool because they're sturdier, but you can also deploy them on the battlefield, not on the edge. They could be like in the middle of the frickin' table. They're a big fully enclosed camp. And finally, there's the Sabir Huns from 463 to 570. It's a different army. And what it says for them is you can replace some horsemen by warriors. They're medium swordsmen that are impetuous. It does have allies that you could draw from, separate lists. They include the Gepids, the Heralds, whatever, the Tefali. Those 3 can be taken as allies. And it gives the list number for each one of them. There's also Ostrogoth allies that you can take that served with Attila. And you just pull from their army lists. And how allies work is up to one of your commands, one of your commanders, could be drawn from a allied list.
Oh, yeah.
So if you wanted to field Attila as the strategist with his army, specifically his army, you'd have Attila as a strategist. You'd take some Western Huns that I went over, as well as some of the basic troops like nobles and horsemen that I first started talking about, and maybe draw some allies from the Ostrogoths. So it's a perfectly usable army list for Attila. And it's got a little background information paragraph on it too.
Yeah, so the Huns look like an awesome army, but maybe a bit boring to play against. Just archery cavalry. I don't know. And can most of them evade when you charge them?
Light infantry, light horse can evade. Yeah. Uh, cavalry. Wait a minute. Let me think. Yeah, I think cavalry can evade, but there's requirements for it. Let me look at this. There's a list of units that can use the evade. I don't remember. Troops that can evade. Light troops, which is light infantry and light cavalry. Javelin men, which is its own class. Not light infantry with javelin. But they're called javelin men. Javelin men. Javelin men. Cavalry, including cavalry and light chariots, provided that they do not have the impact ability and are not impetuous. Impact or bow cavalry can still evade. So yeah, cavalry can evade. I forgot about that. As long as they don't have impact or are impetuous. That's pretty cool.
So yeah, I think the Huns are gonna be a pretty strong army if you play them right.
Yeah, actually, they would. I'd like to play against an army like that. I've never played in that theater before. The Huns, they got light cavalry, medium cav, which they can all evade. Uh, light infantry with bow, which can evade. Light cavalry with bow, they can evade. All your horsemen can evade, which are medium cavalry with bow. Heavy cavalry, bow elite, they can evade because they're cavalry, they're CV. All your Allens, I think just about everything here can evade. Wow. Yeah, that would be tough. How would you fight something like that? You just move up. You can't charge them because they just evade.
Yeah, but because when I did play a game of basic impetus, I played Mongols versus Teutonics, and yeah, I basically just wiped him off the table. I just moved, shot, retreated, shot, and she never could do nothing.
Hmm. Let me look at this again. Cavalry can evade, provided that they do not have the impact ability. And I didn't see any years that had impact.
But there are like a unit or two that have an impetus, but they don't even have bows, so
Yeah.
it's all good.
And are not impetuous. Some of your troops are impetuous. Impact slash bow cavalry can still evade. Now, there is one thing. A unit might not be listed as having impact in the army list, but through the rules, it will have impact against certain troop types and in certain instances. So in those instances, you would be considered to have impact and would not be able to evade. So if I was playing against that army or with that army, I'd want to pay attention to that to see where you can not evade. And that's where I'd try and focus my efforts to try and to trap you basically. Because you're supposed to use an opponent's strength as his weakness, right? That's the whole principle of war. All right, well, what are his strengths? Let's find ways to turn that against him and make it his weakness. How could we do that? That would be fun to explore.
We
Because I
could
hear what?
we could try to play a game with the Huns and see what it does, but I'm pretty sure we all know the result.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I could take some of my feudal English and double them up as Huns and put them up against, say, my whatever else I have. Just count them as Huns and see what happens. Not now, but I think I might do that just out of curiosity. Because everybody bitches about these armies that have that evade ability, but I haven't heard any complaints in these rules. But I know they're hard to play against because of the fact they can do that. But again, you got to remember that shooting is not very effective in this
Yeah,
era. It really isn't. Eventually, you're going to get caught.
that's
It's not
what
going to.
that's what I'm thinking. But in some other games, most other games like shooting is as effective as melee combat. I mean, it's almost what I observed with impetus.
Not impetus. Impetus, it's hard to score hits. Every once in a while, because it's a
Oh,
dice-oriented game,
I
you can
remember
get
like 3d6 and you have to get sixes, and
fives and sixes.
last time I managed to one. To be fair, I guess I rolled lucky, or
Yeah, that was you and your dice, man. I think in impetus, you need to roll double fives to equal
yeah,
one hit, and sixes equal one hit.
yeah, 3d6, either double five or six. Yeah, now I remember. And I think you get -1 or something if you move and fire.
Yeah, there was all kinds of penalties to it. It makes it really difficult to do damage with them. But because it's a dice-heavy game, there could be situations where, wow, you just did a lot of damage with shooting, and then most of the time, it's nothing. You're lucky if you get one hit,
Yeah, that I remember.
but that's okay. That's cool. That's what battle's really like anyway.
Yeah. Oh, and also remember like his elite Teutonic Knights losing against medium cavalry. That was pretty funny too.
I think it all comes down to finesse and the terrain layout. There's
Yeah.
no doubt that from the traditional standpoint of ancient battles, medieval battles, from the traditional sense of how they fought their battles, when you get to armies like Huns, it changes the whole game. Everything changes because now you're dealing with an army that fights an entirely different way. And it's interesting because you got to, as a player, you got to deal with the same issues that armies like the Byzantines would have to have faced against the Huns. Uh, so it's good. It's realistic. What did the Byzantines do against the Huns? It pays to look at that. But in the game, I'd say you really have to take advantage of the terrain.
Yeah, it wasn't if especially if you're the defender and you can try to find a way to place the terrain so that the cavalry can evade as much.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be possible.
You could end up evading off the table, dude. That's not good. Look how it happened here with
Yeah.
me. I
That's why
still,
I tried to maneuver with my cavalry to not evade on over the table, but it was hard, especially when you if the enemy try like is on your flank and stuff. It's harder.
I'm actually very curious about that because I never had that happen yet in the game, so I kind of skipped past those rules.
Well, yeah, I think it's gonna be more balanced than I think finally for in this game.
Yeah. There's actually an optional rule for people that don't like the randomness of the die rolls to use average dice instead.
Oh yeah,
I got tons of average dice. They're basically, there's no ones and there's no sixes. There's like two threes and two fours, I think. And yeah, and it tells you how you can interpret those dice with like the quality rolls and stuff. But I don't know. I like
yeah,
that because that's exciting. 1 minute you're doing good, and all of a sudden the unexpected happens.
that's
I
war.
love that.
That is war.
Yeah, it is. Some people in this hobby, and you know who you are out there, but some people in this hobby are control freaks. They just like to control and be able to predict every movement, every action and reaction, and they disdain the use of dice and random factors to a high level.
Especially competitive players.
Yeah, which is bullshit. That's part of war. That's part of the whole game. But
It's
I understand.
yeah, sure, but especially for me, the fun part about games like the best games I've ever played. I don't care if I win or I lose. Is if the dice are rolled in a certain way and just crazy stuff happens. To me, that's what makes a game.
Yeah,
Like and you play Warhammer, you need a double six to have a charge and pretty much win the game. You get it, stuff like that. Anyways, I'm starting to get late here. I'm working nine
yeah, dude.
to eight. I
Yeah,
guess shift
it was
tomorrow.
an interesting game. I enjoyed it. I'll do this again
Yeah,
next week. I have nothing planned. I'll probably do some kind of hobby chat, maybe play something just for the whatever strikes me. But after that, I have scheduled uh, Crossfire World War II. If you want to try it.
Yeah, I did read the rules a bit, so and saw a bit of gameplay, so I'm a bit familiar with it.
No.
It's been a long time, but
Yeah, it's the first time I played it was a few days ago. I actually enjoyed it. It's perfect format for this kind of play. But yeah, that's in 2 weeks, and then after that, I have uh, Firestorm Armada game planned for the first of next month.
oh yeah,
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and get my ships done. I still gotta get to that. So I'm kind of yeah, that's what I got planned. I might do some mini games in between, like a little DBA session and whenever in between, just to pass the time. But that's what's immediately scheduled. So if you want in on anything, let me know.
the
Next,
irony is in 2 weeks and a month, it's the weekends when I work. In a week, yeah, like next.
well, if you want to play something, just tell me, and I'll set up a specific time for me and you and whoever else I can get to join, and we'll just play.
All right. Well, because if you want, I don't even know when I don't work, so I guess I'm just gonna tomorrow. I'm gonna message you on Facebook and tell you when.
Okay. All right. I had a blast, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I appreciate you coming in. I'll have this uploaded to the my site and whatever, so people can watch it. How long is this? This was kind of long. I can't tell.
No, me neither.
Yeah, but
Maybe on the Facebook page.
yeah. All right, dude. You take care of yourself, and I'll see you next time. Stay in touch.
You too. Have a good one.
You too.
See you.
See ya. And for our one viewer left, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, since I'm gonna check the comments now before I shut this down. So if there is any comments, I will take a look. It was very fun. I enjoyed myself.
See you.
See ya. All right, all's good. And for our one viewer left, thanks for watching. Yes, thanks for watching once again. All right, thanks for watching, of course, and stay tuned. I'll have more coming. If you have any recommendations, leave me a message. Any better ways to improve the videos? Obviously, it's too dark in here, but yeah, let me know what you think and any kind of rules you want to see me play or would like to play yourself. Let me know. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it. Till next time.